I've been getting it since a toddler, I keep dollars on my head. Been a real one is my motto, handle my problems, I ain't scared. I put powder on my collar, cause she proud of what I said. I'm a leader, I got on follow, in my footsteps like the feds. I shoot like I'm Montana, chop up bullets, make them shit. Black on black, new phantom in the backseat sipping red. Bitch, I'm from Atlanta with these hoes ready dick like Peggy. Condo like the pharmacy, I got codeine in my fridge. My bro on a steaming stove, cooking crack like grits. Got this vibe on a tippy toe, struggling in a pit. LA live, I'm staying at the lows with this Hollywood bitch. Got a 9 and a snug nose, can't wait to let it hit. Pull up with a stick, I pull up with a stick. I pull up with a pink toe, whipping, she sucking it dick. I put some diamonds on her toes, let that hoe know that I'm rich. We was used to pulling kick doors, you can still call it a leak. Broken, can't be fixed, with the names that spent the nick. How you pull that don't make sense. I made a whole mile off an inch. I had 99 problems, I just scratch your heart the list. Got some means and winnings, all on my neck, cause a quarter brick. I've been getting it since a toddler, I keep dollars on my head. Been a real one is my motto, handle my problems, I ain't scared. I put powder on my collar, cause she proud of what I said. I'm a leader, I got on follow, in my footsteps like the feds. I shoot like I'm Montana, chop up bullets, make them shit. Black on black, new phantom in the backseat sipping red. Bitch, I'm from Atlanta with these hoes ready dick like Peggy. Condo like the pharmacy, I got codeine in my fridge.
Bestie, I just hit my friend, told her catch me. I'ma lick her skin, she so precious. Might not fuck again, she too messy, but hitting no flex. Rose gold ornaments, drop 210, car came with no 10. You don't gotta, you the dough, you can hop in front of tip. Boy, 9 in the vent, like by 9 and get spent. I got 2 B's on my bosses and a 30 in a bit. I know niggas granted immunity, still didn't tell 12 shit. I got skeletons in my closets and they scared of me and shit. Base Margellas under the bed, screaming rock me kid. I put water on my head and she got CC. Couple ops played dead and they still got hit. I done bent lil' mama's spine, but it still ain't my kid. Only reason I use my line is cause she drank my spit. No cap.
I've been getting it since a toddler, I keep dollars on my head. Been a real one is my motto, handle my problems, I ain't scared. I put powder on my collar, cause she proud of what I said. I'm a leader, I got on follow, in my footsteps like the feds. I shoot like I'm Montana, chop up bullets, make them shit. Black on black, new phantom in the backseat sipping red. Bitch, I'm from Atlanta with these hoes ready dick like Peg. Condo like the pharmacy, I got codeine in my fridge.
Miliana, it's been so long since you texted me. I finally took a break and now I feel like I'm on ecstasy. You said what my work means to me will one day be the death of me. They tried to kill me once, but darling, you just resurrected me. Reach me, baby. Call my phone and say you need me, baby. I'm so green, you gotta teach me, baby.
From Vancouver, you a BC, baby.
Pull up, Maybach, beep, beep, baby. And my shit came with the heat seats, baby. Swear my label gotta free me, baby.
Blow on me just like some green tea, baby. Hey, buried alive, someone come dig me up. If I call up your shorty right now, she picking up. You boys got big on my name, that's big enough. We know how you OGs rockin' already, my nigga, the jig is up. They say the truth will set you free, well mine is gon' stream while you watchin' HD. They say that karma could take an eternity, yours is dropping the same night as me. Funny thing is that they ain't gon' compete. You gon' get yours while I'm doing me. You gon' get yours while I'm doing me.
Hey Johnny, shut the fuck up.
Teach me, baby. Call my phone and say you need me, baby. Thought they had me in a deep sleep, baby. I'm still scorching hot in these streets, baby. Pull up, Maybach, beep, beep, baby. And my shit came with the heat seats, baby. See-through shirt, I get a sneak peek, baby.
Blow on me just like some green tea, baby. Hey. Tired of all of y'all telling me niggas is real. Pussy, I know when it's real.
You only come home to pose and pop off a look, but you forgot how I feel. Shutdown popping a pill, go on a drill, looking for someone to kill. White kids listen to you, cause they feel some guilt, and that's how your soul get fulfilled. Handing out turkeys on camera inside of your hood, then you go back to the hills. How many houses you build? How many souls did you heal off the back of your deal? Difference between niggas getting you out of your deal and letting you out of your deal. Damn, against your will, how many new names do you got on your will? Damn, how many more times is y'all gonna keep calling it soft when it's silk? Damn, how many more interviews y'all gonna do just to get ice to chill? Damn. They tryna cover it up like a quilt. Rari go skirt on a boy like a kilt. Kept it 100 on paper like Wilt. Tricking it off on a paying a bill. That's just how I do the sauce in a spill. These hoes know how I pop it for real. These hoes know how I pop it for real. Yeah. 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 I made way too much in a week. Must be 250 at least. Like the money just grew off a tree. Like the money just came in for free. For real. Yeah. MRI machine scanning my knee. Like how long you been running the streets for real. Yeah. She just text me like we. We in Paris like 200 deep for real. And I went bought a whip for my brother. Same body but two different colors. And I might just tell Kyle get another. Small price cause he kept it 100. And I might book a flight out to London.
Hey Johnny, shut the fuck up.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Whoa. What's happening? I say what's happening. It's a good day to do some reactions, y'all. I'm gonna tell you that right now. And guess what? I'm really proud of this next litter that we about to do. They really been specially picked. And yeah, I'm excited, man. I think these are gonna be some enjoyable ones. I've been trying to, step out the box a little bit, test the waters, that type of thing. So I think we're gonna enjoy this one. Especially based off of what y'all been supporting the most, so. But before we get this thing rolling, y'all know what it is, man. Y'all know what it is. I'm just jumping into it. I do a bad job of making sure I share the victories. So I'm trying to be better at that, I want to make sure I highlight when we got wins. Everybody want to know that. Like, are we winning or not? So I got to get it together. Give me 1 second. 1 quick second. Oh, shit. I gotta see it. Oh, whatever. We here now. Fuck it. Alright. Yeah, so we keep score over here, man. Fuck. We keep score. Got to. Because if we don't, they don't believe we did it. Alright, so let's start off with the #1 shout out. You heard me. I gotta shout y'all out. We hit over 4,000 subs. We had like 4,170. But who's counting? But we're gonna keep this thing rocking and rolling. We're gonna get to 5,000 on our way to 5,000. You know what I mean? 5,000, I think, is a great benchmark. But it's all about the consistency. So you know where we at with it. Let me give you another shout out. Top 25% of creators at our level. You know what I mean? That means we putting in the work. I see a lot of these creators out here putting in work though, man. I mean, they dropping like fucking 4, 5, 6 a day. Also, we hit 875,000 views on the channel. Guess what? We gonna get to a milli even if we gotta crawl our way to a milli. You know what I'm saying? If we gotta put out fucking 300 videos that's fucking 10 videos a piece to get to that milli, we doing it. Whatever we gotta do, we're gonna get to that milli one way or another. So YouTube, you gotta fuck with us. You know what I mean? You know how it is. All right, now that we got that out the way, let's get to these reactions. We got some reactions. All right, I got some reactions that I think is more interesting because I think that what's missing with a lot of the fellas is being able to quantify or qualify female nature in its entirety and understand where they're coming from. Sometimes we may demonize them a little bit too harshly and overcorrect, which is understandable. Just like with anything, there's always an overcorrection before it gets pulled back and regulated. But I'm just trying to be a bit of a buffer to give light to the thought process or the feeling process, however you want to call it shit. All right. With that being said, we got I thought she was a doctor too, but I guess she didn't say that doctor shit. Sarah Fontenot. I actually like Sarah Fontenot. You wanna know why? Cause she did this one episode on her podcast where she took all her makeup off and she looked good. You know, I mean, I was like, damn, I wish you would just stay like that, you know, just lightly made up. But when you have all that extra excess makeup, I just don't like that shit. I think most guys don't like it. I was watching a video with your boy. I forgot that boy name. Let me try and find my dog name. He asked the ladies what's beautiful about them being black or some shit like that, and they automatically turn it on the men. He like do the street interviews. I can't remember dude's name. But he was talking to the fellas and he was like, you know, do you like it natural or, you know, with the wigs and all that other shit? And it was like natural. So it was nice and refreshing to see her be brave enough to do that and take that stance, because that is honestly what the fellas actually like. You know what I mean? Like, we don't really be on that made up shit. You know, it's just not our thing for the most part. All right, let's get into it. I've rambled enough. Wait a minute. You built an entire platform called Good Moms, Bad Choices, inviting guests on to celebrate chaotic lifestyle decisions and multiple baby daddies as a badge of empowerment, until Sarah Fontenot pulls up the literal data and tells you straight to your face that you should be ashamed of yourself for teaching your daughters that structural failure is normal. The panel completely vaporizes your defensive victim narratives and runs the numbers on your white value credit score by exposing what she calls whole facts. You crazy for that one?
You said some things. You triggered a lot of people like you normally do. So there's this podcast. Is it Good Moms, Bad Decisions, Bad Choices or something? They said something real crazy. I just want to address that.
You sent me the video?
Yes.
Okay.
Good Mom, Bad Choices kind of gives you an idea where their heads is at.
It's one thing to be baby mama once, but don't you dare allow another man to baby mama you twice. That is 1,000.
Married. Single moms get remarried every this because the way the fact market.
I am 1,000.
Good Mom. You normally do. So there's this podcast. Is it Good Moms?
I'm gonna have to start this over, only because editing.
You said some things. You triggered a lot of people like you normally do. So there's this podcast. Is it Good Moms, Bad Decisions, Bad Choices or something? They said something real crazy. I just want to address that.
You sent me the video?
Yes.
Okay.
Good Mom, Bad Choices kind of gives you an idea where their heads is at.
It's one thing to be baby mama once, but don't you dare allow another man to baby mama you twice. That is 1,000% your fault. At this point, it's a choice. And then stop teaching that to our daughters. I am so sick and tired of people trying to pacify the fact that it's just okay to be a single mom. Because they ruined it for themselves. Yes, they did.
They definitely did.
They absolutely lowered their wife value on the market because they were frivolous with their body.
What the their wife value? What are we Carfax? Am I a property? First of all, Sarah Fontenot, the fact that you beige women, I don't really know how you sleep at night, bitch. Because the way in which you are actually degrading black women by perpetuating this idea that our value is somehow linked to whether or not we're married. Single moms get remarried every day. Hi, hello, it's me. This type of narrative makes women stay in unhealthy dynamics, abusive relationships, all because they're so afraid of being a single mom. She said if they were all drowning, I would save my husband and let my kids drown because we can make more kids. First of all, go have some kids and come back. I just feel like you don't really like women. That's why. You don't. You don't really like women, which means you don't really like yourself.
Wow. Wow.
Ooh, child. I saw this video, actually. And I think I commented something along the lines of, y'all are being reactive and I'm being proactive. And the funny part is this podcast, they asked me to come on their show twice last year. And the only reason why I haven't gone to do their show is because they shoot in LA. And they said we could do it virtual too, but I like being in person. So it's funny that you asked me to come on your show and then you got all this to say, like calling me the B word and I hate women and all these different things. Now, this is the thing. When I saw this clip, I went to their pages, right? I'm pretty sure that both of them have daughters. And my issue is your podcast is called Good Moms, Bad Decisions.
Bad Choices.
Bad choices. Well, I think maybe it should be questionable moms and bad choices. Because for you to have daughters and be like, shut up, that's the first thing that I noticed. You said shut up after I said, if you get baby mama twice, it's a choice. No, I will not shut up. If you're not teaching your daughter, somebody has to. And I hope that maybe if they grow up and they might see or hear voices like mine, because your voice is the voice that ends up, they're probably single moms. And one said that she just got married. Who knows what her situation is? I don't know. But this is one thing that I would say. I'm sure their comments are flooded with other women that are hurrahing them because that's what women do. They deflect accountability by playing the victim. And they want to tell me and they want to villainize someone. I hate women. No,
You want to know another thing women are good at doing? And this is why they dominate the media space so much and can hide their fallacies so well just amongst society, even amongst themselves. They're good at, what's the word I'm looking for? It's not campaigning, but it's like creating slogans, like good, like fire-ass slogans where they'll take a wrong and make it a right. You know what I mean? Like they'll take something that they're doing terrible that they should not be doing and make it sound empowering. Just make it sound empowering. It's not empowering, but they can make it sound like it. So they'll be like, yeah, we're good moms who just made some bad choices. You know what I'm saying? But that's empowering because we're not letting our bad choices define us. But the fact of the matter is that most of the moms who make bad choices are bad moms. You know, they have the ability to create oxymorons, but make it sound cool. Especially black women. That's why they control culture. That's their superpower. And it permeates across the world. You know, they control the culture. They can make something bad into good. That's why, you know, rap music is the way it is, because we made it that way. We made the negative aspect of life where you're destroying yourself sound cool, and the world fuck with it.
I'm not a girl's girl. I am a woman's woman. I'm going to talk to you straight. I am going to keep it real. And if you are out here telling little girls, telling our daughters that it is okay to go sleep with multiple men and have multiple children by multiple men, you hate women. In fact, you probably hate your daughters. You probably hate that you see the man that got you pregnant and left you in that child, which is why you have no problem telling me to shut up, because you are not willing to stand on the truth. I will die on this sword. I will die on it. And you know what? Homegirl that said that I don't know how many kids she had. I don't know what her situation is. She got married. She is the exception. Let's keep it real. If she has multiple children by multiple men, she is the exception.
Right, because single mothers do get remarried all the time.
Yes, they do.
Right.
They definitely do. It's not to say that they don't. But what degrades our black women is to continue to be a statistic. What degrades our black women is to continue to perpetuate the lie and the story that it is okay to just shoot to be a single mom. You really think that these moms were shooting to be single? Like that was the goal?
No woman on the earth wants to be a single mother.
That is the point.
It's a hype. I think it's a hype to have a baby daddy.
It's
a what?
It's the hype to have a baby daddy.
What do you
These
mean?
women love to complain about their baby daddies.
No, I feel like they love to complain because they're not healed. They love to complain because it's easier to complain than to fix your own bad choices, as the podcast is called. I have so many questions. I feel like, personally, I would be ashamed as a mother to be out here telling other women that it's okay for you to shoot to be a single mom. You should be ashamed of yourself. We need to bring shame back.
Is that what they're saying? Or are they just saying that you're...
They
pacify. This is the thing. You didn't hit me with a single fact. You hit me with feelings.
I say shit like that all the time.
You didn't hit me with a single fact. You hit me. You feel triggered because you are a part of the group that I talk to. If you're getting smashed left and right and you are a baby mama, right, by multiple different men, the truth is your wife value. And then let's talk about that. She's like, what is this, Carfax? No, it's Hofax.
Ooh.
You want to know too? It's the refusal to operate in delusion. I think that in the black community permeates our community because our women are so influential, but it's almost like flying on bullshit. And the ones who decide not to, you see the culture try and turn against them. Not even the culture, it's just black women that try and turn against them that doesn't continue to operate in this fashion. And I say all that to say, women try and demean the value of a man. And they try and make it seem as if there is no sexual dating market where there's an exchange of attributes that are being made. You like this in men and men like this in women. It's equal. It's equal, but it's not exactly the same. And so they try their best to ignore that and continue to permeate this lie that they can get any and everything out of the man that they want, which is all lies, and still do and act how they want. They control the sexual data market by controlling the demand that they want to set for men to have and the demand that they want men, the demand that they have for men. And it's like, that's not how it works. You can't give men what it is, especially the man that you want. You can't, even though men chase women, you can't give them what it is that you want and not give them what they want, which is, in this case, not being a baby mama or a multiple baby mama at that. So, and their reaction to it is to lash out at her because she's speaking the truth and trying her best to, and I'm glad because it's usually like you gotta have a pretty girl that can really push the message, and she's a pretty woman that's actually doing, I think, good work for the most part, you know. But she's trying to save the youth and actually give them the real truth behind the bullshit that a lot of these older women are speaking on.
And we're running the numbers. And the same way, the same way that you check somebody's credit, right? You check somebody's credit before they can get a car,
or the
before they can get a house, before you can. It's the same way a man is checking your credit before he chooses you as a wife.
Yeah.
Sure. You want to call it Carfax, call it hoe facts, call it wife facts. FACTS. If you desire to be a wife to a high-value, high-earning masculine man or a high-value masculine man, there are certain things that will write you off and disqualify you from that. And if you don't get that, I don't know what to tell you. I have no idea.
The regular niggas ain't fucking with it either. I'm gonna tell you that right now. Like, niggas is not fucking with that. They not, that stepdaddy shit, the word has gotten out like that. Do not do it. I do not advise.
I don't know how to argue. I don't know how to make it make sense. I don't know how to say it, but the fact that you're upset. But this is what I do know. Just because you're upset by it doesn't make it any less true.
Right. I agree.
People be like, oh my God, I'm outraged. Okay, be outraged. It's still the truth.
Yep.
All right, check me out. If you want to keep breaking down these topics with the family, hit that Discord link below. But if you want to see what happens when the main camera's cut off, the behind the scenes, real lifestyle access, you need to be on Kick. If you want to get to know me better, tap that Kick link. Let's get it.
It's still the truth. And that's what people do. They get outraged to try to I know, I'm leaning in. Do you hear me? Ladies, I will lean into the fact that if you want to be baby mamaed again and again and again and again and again, that's fine. I'm not judging you. I'm letting you know what your bad choices turn into. Your bad choices turn into less of a high quality man choosing you. And if you just want to be single the rest of your life, do you, boo? Get it how you live it. I don't care. I'm not judging you. But let's keep it real. And that's a problem. Women feel so attacked. They feel so attacked by the truth. It's crazy.
Yeah.
And then they teach it to their
crazy.
daughters. And I pray to God these women don't have daughters. If they do, they should be ashamed of themselves. Shame, shame, double shame. We need to bring shame back.
Yeah.
That's the only thing that keep women in check.
I'm with you. I feel like they need the same treatment these YNs need. You gotta be stern with them.
That's the problem. And this is the thing too, right? Because not everything is a trauma. Or, I mean, most times it is though. I have so many questions. Like, I would really love to know, homegirl that got married, is she a blended family? How many kids does her husband have? I would love to know, what are her parents like? And I think, because she's there in LA, she might even be in an open marriage.
Yeah, who knows?
Don't take advice from people you don't want to switch places with.
Ooh.
I would literally never listen to y'all. But y'all could talk to the other single moms that love complaining about their baby daddies. If that's what you want to do, great. But we don't do that over here. We want to strive to be our best selves. And if you drop the ball and now you could be your mediocre self, do that. I love that for you. I don't care. I do not care. I'm not going to call you out your name. I'm not going to call you the B word like you called me. I'm not going to tell you that you hate women. I'm going to say you should be ashamed of yourself for trying to teach that to our daughters and telling that to other women. We need to stand on the truth because it's the truth that shall set you free. I don't care if it hurts, if it makes an impact.
Is it really a marriage if y'all don't know how to stay faithful to each other?
Well, if you're open,
I
that's
just
your
feel like
choice,
an
you want to
open
be
marriage
open,
is
do
just an
you.
excuse to just constantly cheat on the other partner.
I don't feel like that's, if you are in an open marriage,
hate that
I don't
fucking
feel
word.
like if that's your choice, that's your choice. But also, it's not even almost the same. It's not even almost the same. Y'all aren't husband and wife, you're married. And that's okay.
What? Explain that difference. I don't understand.
Husband and wife means staying power. Husband and wife means you're ride or die, ace boom coon, swing for the fences, platinum needle in a haystack. And that's another thing too, right? When people are like, oh my God, I can't believe that Sarah would choose her husband over her kids if they had to choose, because I believe in the Bible. I believe in the hierarchy that God has placed inside of us. I believe that it's God, my spouse, my children, everybody else. And I understand if you're in an open marriage, why you can never understand that, because your man is interchangeable. You're just married. He's not a husband. Y'all sign the dotted line. Most people are doing that, and most people hate their spouse. And no man, by the way, let me just throw this out there.
Before she go any further, I want y'all to understand that you're talking about women who has never had the commitment of a husband. Like the loyalty and the dedication of one man who's willing to give their life for them. So they don't understand that value. All they have is their kids. So the love that they would impart on to their spouse, their husband, they've, imparted it and transformed it and transmuted it into something else for their kids. So the idea of, I would save my husband before I save my children, is far from them. It's far-fetched, But the reality of it is that you can't have that attachment to you love your children, don't get me wrong, but you have to understand that your children are going to lead a nest someday. What you're doing is you're creating an environment for them to be able to grow under your household and then become productive citizens in the world, competitive and ready to lead a nest. And who you're going to finish life with is going to be the person that you married to. And so you should be thinking along those lines. But if you betray them in that fashion where there is something that is outside of God himself that supersedes them, then you already have a recipe for disaster. But a lot of the people that are having their opinion on this topic are making their opinions from the outside looking in. They ain't never experienced it, don't know nothing about it, don't know what a covenant is, if it slapped them in their face, because they too self-centered. And their choices and results in life have led them where they are today, which is usually a single mom. So they would never understand what it is that she's saying, and I totally agree with her.
No man that I would want, I don't know about y'all, but no man that I would want would ever be okay with me getting smashed by another dude, being his wife.
Never.
That's not masculinity, which brings up so many other questions that I have for them. So I don't want to attack them because I don't know them. But baby, if I knew the facts. Ooh, child. Anyway, I'm complete.
Let's move on then.
Okay. What's up, guys? Sarah Fontenot here.
Damn. Yeah, I gotta say, she is not afraid to step out, go against the fray, go against the sisterhood, and speak on how the order of the family is supposed to be. So she's a counterweight to the disorder that our community is currently going through. Up is down for us, left is right, and right is wrong, wrong is right. You know what I mean? So the shit crazy. And there has to be some sort of disruptor that shakes the communities. I'm talking about the black community back into where we're supposed to be as far as the nuclear family is concerned, because the way that things are going, we won't survive, let alone be competitive in America. We have to continue to gain wealth, but if we operate out of dysfunction and disorder continuously, and you have a lot of women who are weaponizing their ability to market against their own community to continue to promote dysfunction, something has to speak against that, or our fate is destruction if we don't. That's it. If you made it this far, check out the video we just did with Ashley Doughton. Let me see. I gotta see the name of the podcast. Hold on. I mean her channel. Upgrade Your Life Right Now channel. That's the name of it. Upgrade Your Life Right Now. Yeah, she was talking to a young lady on there. The young lady seemed very receptive. I'm not even gonna lie. Like, she really was on, like she was trying to listen, and she pretty much had her shit together, but she wanted a man that was better than the men that were approaching her, because she get approached by a lot of pookies and ray-rays and can't understand why. So I could appreciate Ashley giving her, I guess, that first step and just shedding a light on it and let her know, shorty, you ghetto. Oops. So that was a good one, man. Y'all check it out. Ashley, I put my stamp, I sell on that one. She been solid so far. All right, we keep this thing moving. Oh, you know what? I forgot to turn TikTok on. I always do. Oh, yeah. Wait a minute. You sat out here on a live stream panel trying to convince an entire room of people that a woman's background, her weight, and having multiple children by multiple different men doesn't lower her relationship market value. Until the host hits you with a brutal single question. If your 19-year-old, straight A, high-achieving son came home to you and said he wants to get serious with a single mother of 3, would you honestly encourage that loop? You spent 5 whole minutes stuttering, evading, and moving the goalposts because deep down inside, you know you tell him to run for the hills. You crazy for that one. Hold on, y'all. Hold on one second. I'll be right back.
I just took some mileage with us. Got some bitch with violence with us. She gon' fuck your squad with us. I'ma fuck her bras with us. Bitch from Pakistan with us. Ferraris in them lambs with us. About to fuck this club up with us.
Metro Boomin, want some more, nigga. I turn the Ritz into a pool house. It's like eviction number 4 now. Go ahead and that shit on the floor now. Girl, go ahead and show me how you go down. And I feel my whole body peeking. And I'm fucking anybody with their legs wide, getting faded.
All right, let's get into this thing, y'all. This the main one I wanted y'all to see too, cause I thought this guy, his name's Stacy something. Hold on. Only reason why I remember his name because my god sister's name Stacy. Stacy Prince. And this brother, I've been seeing a lot of his stuff lately, and I like it. I like a lot of what he been saying and how he break the shit down. So let's get into this one with Stacey Prince. You heard me.
Are you down? They're the only demographic of women. They're the only demographic of women running around talking about independent, don't need a man. No other community of people believes that, because in other communities, you think they don't have issues where the man is down on his luck and the woman has to build him up. You think in other communities, the white community, the Asian community, the Latino community, you think that they don't have situations where he needed $7,000 from her income tax for this invention, and that has happened 3 times and it didn't work. Our women, they don't even know you're supposed to do that. They'll get on social media talking about, gave this nigga X amount of money and this idea didn't work. Usually it won't work the first, second, or third time, but that's why they succeed and excel over us, because their women aren't pit against their men. What you guys have done is you've done so many bad things to where your value is very, very low. So most quality men aren't going to come into a relationship like that. And if you disagree, I'm going to ask you a question. You have kids?
I do.
You have a boy, don't you?
I don't.
Okay, you do now. That boy comes to you at 19 years old. You have been going nuts about this college tuition. I'm talking about you've been working 2 jobs. Google wants him. Microsoft wants. This boy is excelling. He comes home to you one day and says, I wasn't going to tell you this, Mom, but there's a girl. She has 2 or 3 kids by 2 or 3 different men, and I'm thinking about getting serious. Would you encourage him and tell him, I think that's a good idea, son?
My honest answer, I will let my son do whatever he wants to do.
I'm asking your opinion, ma'am.
That's the sisterhood.
Would you tell him you believe that's a good idea?
That's the sisterhood.
If he thinks that's what he wants to do,
look at that shit.
Idea.
If your son came to you and told you, Mom, they're doing it at school. I don't know if it's coke or what, but they're sniffing it, and I'm really thinking about sniffing some. Would you tell him you think that's a good idea?
You got to take it that far.
I'm just asking you a question, ma'am. I'm hoping that you'll answer. It's simple questions, really.
Things, no.
So you wouldn't tell him you think that's a good idea? Your life, listen, who you end up with is the most important decision that you could ever make. So
yes.
You'll tell him not to try this recreational thing, but you won't tell him who the hell is going to be having him on child support, have his driver's license suspended, who's going to be cheating on him. You won't give him advice about that?
When
That's
it comes,
crazy.
And this is coming from the therapeutic side of me. I don't go up against anybody in who they LOVE.
Your son? You're not going to give your son guidance? And I'm going to be honest with you, ma'am. This is where we all, there's 200 people here. We all know that you're being disingenuous and dishonest right now. I know that for a fact.
You're asking me, would I tell my son?
No, ma'am. I said, would you encourage him to proceed on with that? Would you say, I think that's a good idea?
Listen, if that's what he wants to do, we're going to talk about it. I'm going to support that, however that looks. But no, I mean, that's just my point. I'm
going to ask you again. Would you encourage your son?
In a certain amount of ways. I'm telling you. Let's use my daughter for example. If she come home and says,
"Ma'am, I'm just trying to get you to answer my question, not the daughter. I'm trying to. Let's have an adult conversation."
Yeah, I would.
Okay, so somebody down there says she's a bad parent. You're telling us, do you know how much it costs to raise one child from the age of conception to the age of 18?
I think $350,000.
It's a little over $300,000.
Many parents go up against their kids for who they LOVE instead of having certain conversations with them.
Man, we didn't say anything about love. We didn't say anything about love.
Conversations with them.
You see this right here? This is why it's hard to even trust your mama. You know what I mean? Like your mama gonna stand on a sisterhood. She gonna sit here and let you make a bad decision just so she feels better about the decision that you making, knowing that it's the wrong decision. That's fucking crazy. You can't tell me something ain't wrong with that. This your son. You know, and honestly and truly, the only way that he's able to even get this message to her that this stepping in for single mother request that black women are asking for black men is such a terrible idea is making it personal for her. She would have to have her own contribution and sacrifice involved in it before she understands what black men are trying to say. Think about what the perspective. You have poured into this child. You have worked long nights and long days to get him somewhere, and you do it. It's competitive. He's competitive. They want him. But he reaches down and picks up the same thing that you are. And so that they can see the line of logic, but they don't want to accept it. They rather die on the hill. They'll sacrifice their son.
And you're having conversations with them. Half of the people on this screen probably rebelled against their parents for something they wanted to do. Because
it doesn't matter. At least the parent knows that they gave at least the parent knows they did all they could and gave the best advice that they could.
I'm not suggesting a thing, but we're going to have conversations.
But I'm really trying to get you to cooperate with me. Like, listen, you're a grown woman. You're a grown woman. I am asking you a very elementary question.
I just said, yeah, I'm going to give you that, yes. I'm saying yes to what you're saying. Encourage him not to. So let's talk about from that framework.
Okay.
I would
hold on. I want you to listen to this and hold on. Don't say anything.
I'ma look. You see how hard he had to fight to get her to just get to that point? This is the detachment that they have, because if it's not directly affecting them, they don't see the problem. They can't think outside of themselves. And even with that, she sees the line of logic, and so he had to fight to get her to protect her own fucking son. If this ain't delusional, I don't know what is. And this is what we up against when we having these conversations.
I want you to listen. What you just told me was that black men, probably it wouldn't be in their best interest to date 70% of the women in the black community.
Facts.
So that's what we're dealing with, sweetie. I want you to see this. I want to see your side, and I also desire you see our side. That is a tough damn pill to swallow.
Facts.
A lot of guys, dads are telling, don't you mess with no women with no kids.
Damn right.
We have to deal with that at a 70-something% rate. This is what I'm telling you. You guys have dug a hole that it's hard for you to get out of.
Damn.
It's very tough because men don't want that. Listen, let's be adults here. Let's go. Turbulence, people. You guys know, if you're familiar with the show, when you hear that, I'm about to rock the boat a little bit. When we are on top of you and we're saying, whose is it? Whose is it? Do you know we mean that shit? We mean that. Men are territorial. We really mean that. So,
I can see that.
I'm telling you, we really mean that. When we say whose is it, we mean that from a perspective of we want even you to start acting like it's ours.
I think women understand that.
Okay, now here's my point in bringing that up. I need you to try to put yourself in men's shoes and understand that if what I just said is true, then how do you think we feel about somebody who has been, it's been his, and it's been his, and it's been his. The proof to it is sitting over there on that couch eating some dry Captain Crunch cereal. And the other proof is outside riding his or her bike. We have.
All right, check me out. If you want to keep breaking down these topics with the family, hit that Discord link below. But if you want to see what happens when the main camera's cut off, the behind the scenes and real lifestyle access, you need to be on Kick. If you want to get to know me better, tap the Kick link. Let's get it.
We have proof that you have been other men's property. Here's the big thing that everybody's overlooking. And the other proof is outside riding his or her bike. We have proof that you have been other men's property. Here's the big thing that everybody's overlooking. Did you know that throughout a lifetime, women were supposed to only belong to one man unless he passed? Did you know that? You're not supposed to be being passed around like this.
That's ridiculous. I'm gonna be honest with you, like, the ego of a man when it comes to dating is ridiculous. Now, will I say I understand the standards? Cool. But I think they're double standards. So
Yes.
I took that into perspective of women are single-handedly raising kids alone. You also just said women are undesirable, or our value depreciates when it comes to having kids out of wedlock and not being with that person. So that's my basis of saying that.
First, let's get this established first. Do you believe people's dating value decreases as they get older?
I do believe that.
Do you believe?
Women's dating value decreases as they get older. Men's dating value increases. The older he gets, the more world knowledge he has, the more resources he acquires, the more valuable he becomes. Women look at older men and they are attracted and aroused by that. It ain't the other way around. You might, you might be a cougar here and there, but niggas ain't like, oh damn, I can't wait to get with this old ass bitch.
The more weight that a woman puts on, the less desirable she becomes in the eyes of most men, and it makes it more difficult for her to get selected.
You see with your eyes.
Yes, okay. Do you agree that the more bodies a woman has, the more it brings her value down?
Everything you're asking me, I agree, and that's why my platform.
Okay, so that means value can decrease, right? So there is a such thing as being undesirable. I'm going to put you in the hot seat for a second.
Okay.
If you had to guess right now, give me your definition of a man who meets the bar of the term a quality man. This is a quality man. Describe him to me a little bit. Somebody you'd want to be with.
Okay. I'm going to say he's respectful. He's consistent. He's not ego-driven. He values family. His values and his morals are intact.
Okay, listen. I want to pivot really quick. Now, I want to ask you, because we're going to get somewhere with this. What percentage out of 100 women in the Black community would you say are considered quality? Somebody you would not mind your son bringing home to see mama. What percentage of the women in the African American community would you say are walking around here functioning as a quality woman?
I'm going to say this, and ladies watching, I'm going to say, and I'm pushing the stretch, 45%, 40 to 45%. And that's
so I want to show you something real quick. It's yours, so you're already familiar with it.
It don't make him ask you to help him build up the table. It needs to be already sturdy before you sit down.
Do you know that no other community is operating like that? None on the planet, on planet Earth, no other community. You know why? It's unsustainable. Turbulence, people. According to stats, we have the lowest quality of women with the highest standards. You won't go to the Cheesecake Factory. You won't date a man who doesn't make $100,000 a year, even though the majority of you, the people you have children by, didn't make that. And this is what's capping you guys. You guys must lower your standards. You guys are talking about don't build a man up. Every other community, that's what they do. My ex-wife, do you know how many... There's been 2 times she gave me entire paychecks to get back on. And it's never been brought up. But guess what else is different? The mother of my children is from India. All of this stuff that I see, I don't know what. We were together for 29 years.
I'm going to say, just to his credit of what he's speaking on, there's this assumption inside of like the community. There's this air about shit where it's expected that the man that gets selected has to be a perfect man. And there's no room for him to make any mistakes, and you have to display your resume of how well you can protect and provide before you can get the conditional submission that most Black women want to offer that they really don't have, because either you're submissive or you're not. But there's a assumption of this perfection. And I was arguing with somebody on a panel one time, and I was like, I could get shit wrong, and my woman still, but got to stay in line. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not gonna sit here just because I got something wrong is irrelevant. When it went wrong, how do I react to it? How did I overcome that? How did I pivot? We took a hit, bam. To assume that you're not gonna take any hits in life is ridiculous. That's a tall order to ask for perfection. But what happens is that a lot of black women, they almost feel like they doing you a favor in a relationship anyway, that the second something goes wrong, they ready to jump ship. Because they allow their hypergamy and the feminist agenda to take root inside of their mind and don't understand the value of investing in something. When you invest in something, it's not always going to be up. There's going to be a downside to it, but your investment and your nurturing of that investment allows it to become what it's supposed to be. And then it starts to bear fruit. But they're not even in relationships long enough for it to bear fruit, and their selection of men, usually who they give birth to, is poor. It's a matter with black women, they're wrestling with a need for control. That's what they're wrestling with. I be sitting here thirsty as a motherfucker.
I don't know what it sounds like for her to yell. I don't know what it sounds like. I've never heard her yell in 29 years. I've cheated. I've done all kinds of things. She was my helpmate. And listen, let's be real about it.
So
If I call her right now and tell her to wire me $5,000, the only thing that you're going to hear is a pling. That's it. They are different because she has a different culture in her mindset. She doesn't have the mindset of competing with the man. She believes that God created her for the man.
You see how good this woman he's speaking of was to him, and how he still disrupted the relationship. And
we put a 29-year dynasty together because she didn't leave. Okay. Did you know that you're not supposed to leave unless I won't stop doing what I'm doing? You're not supposed to leave when a man cheats. You're not supposed to leave, because every time you leave another man for cheat, your clock gets reset. You will never reach the goal line of you've been in a 5 or 10 year relationship or marriage if you keep leaving every time something happens.
And I think a lot of women, black women specifically, they have this complex with a man cheating. I'm not saying I condone cheating. I think cheating, I think it's beneath me. It's low down. If you're going to do it, do it. Like, be on it. You know what I mean? That's my whole thing. Say it. You know what I mean? But black women have this complex with cheating where they want to be able to, which is their most ultimate fear, but they want to be able to control a man enough to prevent him from cheating. But the conundrum is that if cheating mattered to them that fucking much, why wouldn't you get with a man who don't have the ability to cheat? They get with a man who has the ability to cheat, a competitive man, a man that most women want, and want him to be faithful. You know what I mean? And it's not even a nigga that you didn't grow with. And even if you did grow with him, you know what I'm saying? Even if you did grow with him, they want him to only somehow have eyes for them, and that's just not a male's nature.
Our grandmothers didn't operate like that, and that's why they had less education than you, but they built families 10 times better than you, and they were married way longer. You guys can't even get married, but not even by hood niggas. Hood niggas aren't marrying black women.
Let me
because you're masculine. 50 to 70% of women who were surveyed who are currently in a relationship already have a backup plan in case their current man doesn't work out. And I saw hold on. I saw you support that. How can you support a woman being in a relationship but entertaining other men? What you're doing is with that information, you're destroying the community and you're promoting whoredom.
I need to have a backup plan. You need to always have you in the
and
picture.
You're standing on that.
And you see the bullshit? This is the destruction, because a lot of these women think that they can do both. When you are in a marriage, you have to give all of who you are to that marriage, or else it is doomed to fail. If you give anything less than that and you got one foot out the door, you might as well just go out the door and keep hopping around. There's no sustainable marriage or any man of prominence that's gonna accept you having a backup plan. There's gonna be a piece of you that doesn't show up when it should. And the reason why is because I don't have to give all of myself to this and make sure this works because I got a backup plan anyway. So I'm going to just give, up until I get annoyed or till I feel like, I don't want to no more. And then I'm going to jump to my backup plan. And that's what keeps them around the circle, around the carousel. This dog shit ass advice. Becoming baby mamas, having these fly by the night relationships because they always got a backup plan.
You're standing on that on the internet.
I'm saying this. When I say have a backup, I am not talking about having a backup plan with another man. This goes into what I said the first video you played. Be independent, be selfish, have some selfish tendencies about yourself. Make sure that you
That's not what marriage is about.
On your plan B, so you're able to not lose yourself in that relationship. A lot of women lose themselves.
You're
now,
supposed
I'm
to.
not saying be a cheater because I don't think all men cheat, so I don't think women should cheat. I'm not saying that. But if we want to play roster for roster and you're dealing with a man who has a roster, baby, do exactly.
How do you know he has a roster?
Do exactly what some men keep it all the way 100%.
Oh my God.
Some men do.
Do you believe that a lady is supposed to be a lady regardless as to what the man is doing?
Because men don't know how to be honest. Women know how to be honest. So that's what I said. If you want to put me in,
if women know how to be honest, why are all of these men finding out that children aren't theirs?
Look, we can talk. Listen, we're gonna have to talk about it. I can't listen.
I know you gotta go, but I just got one more question. And this is a question that you can just leave on out the door with.
Okay.
Listen, if you were looking down in America and you could just see everything that's taking place, you could see how every group of people are operating, how every race of people are operating. With the calamity that has taken place in the Black community, who would you say is more responsible for the destruction that has taken place?
If I had to do percentage-wise, the women would probably be giving the men 60, giving the women 40, and this is why I would say this. I would say this. Relationships in our community have become so transactional that women now have the mentality of spend that shit, go in your go-yard bag, all of these things, because men do ultimately approach us in a transactional manner.
So you think men prefer to pay for SEX opposed to getting it for free? You don't think we would prefer to get it for free? So it's you guys who are turning it into a transactional. It's you guys who are asking for Birkin bags. It's you guys who are asking for shopping sprees. And we're doing what we have to do to get what we want from you.
But that's my percentage. I think that because if we're looking, a woman is easily manipulated where we can become deluded.
Oh, so y'all victims now. Y'all don't want no cock. You just get tricked into having SEX.
Listen, if we so I'm gonna say this, my percentage is that because yes, relationships have become transactional because of how a man approaches a woman.
Sweetie, you really believe what you're saying. You really believe that men are wanting some coochie and saying, hey, I don't want it for free. I'll pay. You really believe that women aren't the ones who turned this thing into transactional with these Birkin bags, with these shots? Listen to Young Miami's song. It's not men who turned this transactional. You know how we know? Hold on. Let me say this. In other communities, guess what? In other communities, we don't have to do for them what we have to do for Black women to have SEX. They have SEX with us because they think Black men are God's gift to the planet.
That's real shit, though. The nigga not lying. That's real shit.
A male's ego when it comes to this thing called dating.
Wow, the woman was just sitting at home being a good woman, a loving mom. She wasn't doing anything wrong, even though they're finding out children aren't theirs. He was just abusing her and had her strung along while she was just wanted to be a good married woman.
Stop it.
No, literally.
Stop it.
Because that's crazy.
We don't have many women in the Black community who even care if it's just a smashing relationship. They're not even requesting marriage because a lot of them know what they've done to them lives.
But a lot of women, why a lot of women aren't requesting marriage is because you feel like this, you don't deserve the marriage because like we just had this conversation a minute ago saying after you have a certain amount of kids,
you don't deserve it.
You deserve to be married, you don't deserve to be valued, respected because you made some mistakes in the past. That is a bold-faced lie.
She should be.
They don't want to be accountable. They want to be able to be victims all the time. Listen. If you make mistakes, and you have children for someone that is not worth having children with, it lowers your value in the sexual dating market. There's no way around it, and it will disqualify you from marriage, especially from the man that you want. But what happens is they want their cake and eat it too. They want to be able to, they want black men to excuse they want black men to excuse their mistakes the same way they've excused their own mistakes. But it don't work like that. The same crucial hard lines that they would have for a man to be worth having is the same thing men have for women. You can't sit here and want a competitive man that is, all the things that she described, and then at the same time want to come as you are or as you want and expect him to accept it. It don't work like that. Yeah, there's a guy that will take you, but it ain't the guy you want. So the minute that you've accepted that your child forces you to have to lower your value, not lower your value, lower what it is that you want out of the sexual dating market, and lower your preferences or whatever the case may be. Y'all know what I'm trying to say. And get the guy that's gonna be loyal to you. You know what I mean? That 9-to-5 dude, the guy that works hard. You know what I mean? He ain't got a whole lot of women on his jock, but he work hard. That's where you belong.
Be respected. Men, women should be respected, of course.
If you got to reset your clock in order to be respected, reset your clock in order to be respected.
But isn't that what you guys have been doing? Keeping on resetting that clock, and it's not working. It's not working. You guys are single at the age of 40 and 50 and 60 and 70. You guys are on Tinder and Plenty of Fish at the age of 60 and 70.
That's crazy.
It's not working because you have men telling you that you don't deserve more than what you actually do. So then you settle for what's in front of you, and then you repeat the pattern over and over again with the same type of man. If we're going to date a different type of man, then you need to wait until that man comes along. And if you have to go through a period of being lonely, that's fine. Because unlike what he's saying, you actually deserve exactly what you think you deserve.
So no, you don't. No, you don't.
You said a woman.
That's what I'm talking about right here.
What she thinks she deserves.
That's exactly what I was saying.
You are. Because if you have in your mindset, I don't deserve anything, that's exactly what you get.
So women who have been hoes, what do they deserve? Women who have had trains ran on them, what do they deserve?
I'm going to reframe the deserve word.
I appreciate that.
Oh.
Here's what I think everybody's messing up on.
Nah, she said the real shit.
We do damage to ourselves and we get put in the penalty box. A lot of African American women are in the penalty box right now. Right now, they can't get the man that they wish they could get because of some of the things that they did in their past. It's called the penalty box. Just like if we wreck a brand new car, I'll no longer be able to get the purchase price that I got for it. I'm going to have to negotiate. But guess what, women? I'll say women like you're telling these women not to settle. That's crazy.
So we should be, okay, so if these women are
You're not brand new anymore.
Right back in the same box that you just literally shamed us for being in.
Get somebody on your level.
That's what I said.
Undesirable. So if you are in a room full of men who think that you're on the low scale for desirable women, it feels like to me you're telling us if I'm deciding in that moment, no, I deserve more. I can't walk outside of this room into a room where high value men are, and maybe my chances are I'll get one. I think that you're boxing us back in this undesirable box, but then make fun of the undesirable women that are continue to be produced over and over again because they're too scared to walk outside of that box. Because
I think they should be scared. If you've had trains ran on you, if you have 3 children by 2 different men, if you are 220 pounds, you should be scared to approach a high value man.
No, don't be scared. No.
What? Okay, I'll take that back. You're right.
You know, and the flip side would be, and I'm telling you, they would laugh this nigga out of their face. At home with his mama, fat, Dorito eating, gaming broke nigga, going for a cold, even her, she cold. I get her, she kind of cold. I know for a fact she not going for that. She look at this nigga like, bro, if you don't, no car, on the bus, bro, if you don't get the fuck out of my face, like that's straight up. But the thing about it is that men accept that about themselves. They know, like, listen, bro, my shit ain't even. I'm intimidated to even you hear guys say that all the time. I'm intimidated to even talk to her. I'll be looking at them crazy, but I'm intimidated to talk to her because he know he not on that level. His shit ain't together. But they accept that. With her, she wants that all women feel that they have the access and the social economic capital to get any man that they want forever, even though that their results are not indicative of that. You could look at your surroundings and see what type of men you attract. Those are your men. And if you want commitment, the men that are trying to smash you are usually a level below that. That's where you need to be at. But telling them that reality, they feel like, you're putting me in a box. Yeah, this is your box. We all in boxes. Yours is over here.
Listen, I agree a closed mouth doesn't get fed, but I'm going to say this. What men are talking about is from the perspective of how unlikely it is that you're going to obtain that high value man.
Facts.
Now, my question to you is this. Do you believe that African American women are kind of a handful? You got a bitch fucked up. Do you believe that African American women are different from any other group of women? Because they've been through a lot. I'll give you that.
Yeah.
But they've been through a lot.
Yeah.
And I even understand where their behavior comes from. So I can empathize with them. But we can't ask the rest of society to empathize for bad behavior. You're an adult now. It's time that you put away that bull crap about what happened to me, and focus on when you come around, it's unpleasing to people. That is undesirable. Undesirable, listen, not wanted. Do you see an epidemic of men coming in from anywhere trying to marry African American women? I'm talking about from Yugoslavia, from the Philippines, anywhere. Black women, the only men who want them is African American men. And you see African American men getting their passport. And you have a video that said this. I'm glad I thought of that.
Let me drink some water because I'm a nigga thirsty as a motherfucker. Hold on. Here's the thing that they like to do, right? Here's the thing they like to do. This is that marketing shit. They genius when it comes to that marketing shit. I love that about them. They could string together some bullshit to make it sound nice for real. They say that African American women are the most race loyal. You know, they can flip some shit to make it sound good. You got to think about it, right? There's not a lot of other demographics of men that want them. The only men that want African American women is African American men. That's it. We the only one that want y'all. This is facts. This is facts. But you would spin the narrative and claim that you're the most race loyal because nobody's picking you. It ain't even like you consider the stat of nobody wants you, but it makes you more race loyal by default. You know what I'm saying? And I think that's I commend the brilliance. I think that's a brilliant marketing strategy. The way that they can take a negative and turn it into a positive is amazing.
You have a video that was talking about how black men treat black women different than they treat other races of women. Yeah. Yeah, black women who have whole phases are going to get treated differently. Because you know what? The girl Daphne Joy, who DJ Academics, they calling her a HOE now, right? Because she did the stuff with Puffy and all of that. But guess what we know about her? Her being a hoe and a black woman being a hoe is two different things. The average black woman being a hoe is going to be worse. You know why? Because if Daphne Joy is a hoe, look at every interview that you saw of her. You can't even picture that woman being rude, being mean. Every interview we've seen, she's high level feminine.
They know how to play the game.
High level happy. Now, if black women could not be so mean, they would get passes. But you guys are trying to make men take you with the children, with the weight, with the attitude, and the whole phase. She's trying to get accepted by the whole phase, but has her own money, very beautiful, naturally beautiful, cooperative, feminine. You see the difference? I do agree with you. It seems unfair, but she's bringing something to the table that makes
men
her
want.
whole phase seem a little bit more.
It's just what men want.
Okay than black women's. She's less to put up with. Because here's something I'm gonna tell you that I think.
That's the thing about black women. They have to take a moment within themselves to actually figure out what black men want. And they have to get beyond themselves from understanding that just because we the only niggas that want you, don't mean that you the only women that want us. And be receptive and understanding of the commodity that is the black man. I don't even think a lot of black women have been able to unlock everything that a black man could offer her because of her behavior.
I think all of y'all forgot. Did you know that African American women, along with the rest of women, are supposed to be classy ladies? Did you know that? Did you know you guys aren't supposed to be cursing? Did you know you guys aren't supposed to be threatening violence? You are a lady. You're not supposed to be getting busted down.
Yeah, they keep playing the whole, how do I say, victim mode when it comes to accountability. I understand that as the men in the community, we're supposed to, we're supposed to be the leaders of it all, and there's a level of accountability there, but it's hard, it's impossible to lead the unleadable. If you're not willing to be led, there's no way to lead you. I find it interesting how he had to take it so far before she decided to admit that she wouldn't let her son, who she had to contribute and sacrifice for, be a stepdad. You know what I mean? Date a baby mama. They're willing to die on that hill about each other, man. Shit crazy. If you made it this far, check out the video we just did. Sarah Fontenot totally destroys Good Moms, Bad Choices podcast. Nah, she went the hell in on them. I ain't gonna lie. It's just another, I guess, marketing strategy that women are starting to try and do, where they're trying to erase their bad choices and then flip it into a good narrative. And Sarah was like, not today. They were actually reacting to her video and saying that she was crazy for saying that once you have a second baby by a dude and become a second baby mama, it's a choice, which is a fact. They giving her a hard time as usual. What the hell? All right, TikTok, I see you in here. Look, hold on. He said, look at you and look at me. You're not as physically strong as me or smarter. Hold on. Damn. Why did he interrupt her? That was just a clip. So he chopped it up. That wasn't the full conversation. It's on his live. I'm trying to see. Oh, and he divorced her. Nah, that's real. He said a need for a man with an Adam's apple is real. Look up what America is doing to our men's testosterone. Nah, that's for real. It's something. I heard it's something with the plastic. I heard it's something with plastic. I make more money than y'all. Y'all just have to have no discipline. I'm tired of these same topics. then go watch something else. The fuck? Irrational is retarded mental gymnastics. And I love how many comments are getting ignored because I'm making so much sense. Nah, I just didn't see this shit. You gotta understand, I'm gonna react to it and I'm gonna react to the comments. You've seen his paycheck? Oh, they in here beefing. That's the only issue. Let's face it, most of you people are not as charismatic or irreplaceable as you claim. What does charisma have to do with it? Maybe I'm missing something. You can't spell talking about people. Yeah, they going. You people want to try to guilt trip people into settling for you. Now, it's not guilt tripping them. It's trying. I hate when people look at it like that. Nobody's guilt tripping you. It's just to help you to set your standard on something that is going to help you to be able to get what you want. Like life is about opportunity cost. If you choose option A, the opportunity cost for option A is all of option B. You can't say that you want to be able to be a baby mama and then still get the exact guy that you want after your value has lowered in the sexual dating market because men are saying that that's not what they want. So if you want to not go off into, the ether in retirement and be 40, 50, 60 alone, then you have to understand that the guy that is going to settle for you being where you are in this state in your life, as far as the sexual dating market is concerned, who's going to be that type of loyal, you got to settle for him in your opinion, but it's really not settling. It's just being more realistic. So yes, my daddy taught me that. Are you married? Yeah, I'm married. To talk about anything else, your intellectual failures. I'm still kind of confused, but we're gonna read them. This not happening in mass. Many parts with a college degree can debunk everything he's saying. But then again, most black people just fall for clickbait and headlines and don't know how to analyze. All of these social media talking points used to distract the uneducated. I wonder what you're talking about. Fix you can't spell, start with yourself. Why do they say they're equal to men? Smarter than men, but always get manipulated. That's the conundrum that women have mastered the art of being able to not live in reality. They've mastered that. The art of delusion. They can live in delusion and reside there forever and have no issues with it. Say you can't spell start with yourself, ma'am. You can't be superior and still the victims. Yeah. That's a fact. If you want to be on top, then accountability goes along with that. Look at you and look at me. You're not as physically strong as me or smarter. Prove it. No lies told. And yeah, they beefed out in this bit. You can't even see me. Man, salute to Devin. Who is that? Derek Adams. I think he followed. Salute to you, Derek. Dr. BOA said they only play the victor or the victim. That's a fact. Gentlemen, if you want a wife, go get one. But for the most part, just have fun out here. That's a fact. I'm not mad at it. Salute to you, Nate. Appreciate the follow, big dog. Yeah, man. Just be smart, man. Stay on your purpose. Stay working on yourself. I think that us as men have, for the most part, done a good job of letting the youngsters know how things are played and how to be successful in the sexual dating market. And if they don't like what they see, where to go to get some more. And women, they don't like that shit, to be honest with you. That's just where they at with it. Let me get the YouTube. We got some comments on YouTube. He said, dating baby mama, volunteer cuckoldry. That's a fact, bro. He said, stepfathers equal paternal cuckold. Generic losers. Facts. He said, damn, she will not stop talking. The biggest problem is we all think we live in a vacuum and don't affect anyone, especially women. He said, he don't get no booty. Who cares? I attract other races, not all black women. Not true. I don't think they use all. All is hyperbolic. We know it's already understood all is impossible. Real black women that aren't trying to be like celebrities. Who we talking to? See, that's the problem. A lot of people live in delusion. That's a fact. All right. Hold on real quick. I need to drink some water. Some agua. We got more. I got fucking, what is that, 2? I got 6 more. So we're going to be here all fucking day. But I appreciate the comments in TikTok. I appreciate the dissension. I'm not here to attack. You know what I'm saying? It's an intellectual, honest conversation. Please try your best to not insult anybody. You know what I mean? We just want to have a good, clean, intellectual space. We're going to the next video, though. Oh, yeah. So, look, I did 2 of Ashley videos. I fuck with Ashley, dog. I fuck with Ashley. Hold on. I'll be right back.
I just took some mileage with us. Got some bitch from violence with us. She gon' fuck your squad with us. I'ma fuck her bras with us. Bitch from Pakistan with us. Ferraris in them lambs with us. About to fuck this club up with us. Metro Boomin want some more, nigga.
I turn the Ritz into a pool house. It's like eviction number 4 now. Go ahead and that shit on the floor now. Girl, go ahead and show me how you go down. And I feel my whole body peeking. And I'm fucking anybody with their legs wide. Getting faded with some bitches from the west side. East Coast, nigga reppin' north side. Never waste a hoe's time. Bitch, I'm on my own time. Fuck a nigga cosign. Always change my number and my phone.
All right, we back in this thing. I had to take a quick commercial break. All right, let's get into it. So yeah, man, I like Ashley, man. Ashley does good. I think just like Sarah Finite, Ashley is one of those voices that need to be exalted because she's having a real conversation. I don't look at her and see a grifter. The fact that she gets attacked constantly inside of her comments for telling the truth. And a lot of the women that get on her panel or get on her, who joins her space, they have, I guess, a certain reservation because of how harsh she can be when it comes to the truth, which I can respect because the truth is a sharp blade. You know, it cuts deep, but it's valuable. And you got so many people that are trying to defend delusion, but they don't know that they do it to their own detriment. So I can appreciate somebody like Ashley. So let's get into this one with Ashley Dalton. Wait a minute. You sat on here on the internet, scrolling through TikTok tutorials, telling you that you need to land a rich sponsor or a high-end provider is a little bit of lip gloss, baby hair, and a tinted moisturizer. Until the reality hits you that you're not even getting offered a free drink at the local bar, let alone a $5,000 allowance. You out here putting zero effort into your appearance, discipline, or fitness, but expecting premium corporate funding based on standard local girl energy. You crazy for that one.
Out of a relationship. Hi, Sarah. Out of a relationship with.
Hold on. You keep cutting out. The live keeps pausing. Sarah, just give me 1 second. All right. Do you consent to be on a live and potentially all platforms, Sarah?
Sure.
Okay. What's your question?
Yeah, so I feel like I've been wanting to just be in a relationship with a man that will just help me maybe be in a better financial situation. I do work currently and I'm in school, but that is something I would like on top of that. I have talked to older men in the past, but I feel like they haven't really helped me financially, and I'm not sure if it's because these men I've met on the apps or
Oh, yeah.
have to do, or even just how to bring that up.
Okay, so it sounds like you want a sugar daddy. Is that what you're telling me?
No, not necessarily, because I would like for it to be something more serious.
But you said, right, a sponsor, Courtney. That's what that sounds like. You started the conversation by you said you want a man to help you financially. And you got on the apps and no one is not helping you or offering up their finances. So I just want to name it so we can help you. There's no right or wrong answer. I would want to say that.
Let's call it that. Yeah, so yeah, I don't know just how I would bring that up or.
So you want a sugar daddy? That's what you want, right?
Hey, you gotta respect her mind, because this is why I fuck with her, because it's hard to have a genuine conversation with women who like to use flowery language to describe what it is that they want. You know what I mean? And when you live in that realm or that world where you can't define something, it's hard to move forward in a conversation because it'll be a roundabout conversation constantly going nowhere.
Sure.
She said,
okay,
sure.
Let me see how you look right now, Sarah, head to toe. Okay, Sarah. So if you're saying you want a sugar daddy, right? And you're telling me you're leaving the house like this, you look like just the average girl who's going to school, going to her retail job. There's nothing alluring here. Not saying you're not pretty, not saying you're not beautiful. That's not what I'm saying.
I was going to go against Ashley because I think she about to go on this makeup shit. I'm the type of person, I like less makeup. I'm going to be honest, right? I think somebody like Ashley don't need that much damn makeup, but I don't know. What the fuck do I know? Like, what I could be seeing in front of me could be something I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Like some AI shit. You know how it is these days, but, I would think she look better without makeup, me personally. Now, this chick, if she wanted a regular guy to be in a relationship with, this is perfectly fine, doable. She's not a bad looking girl. I give her like a solid 4.5, 5 average, 5-ish. I give her 5. I give her 5. She'll 5. She average. 5 is average. 5 is average. It's not bad. You know what I'm saying? In her body, she's not bad built. You know what I mean? She's slim. You know what I mean? So I give her like a solid 5. You know what I mean? But she want a sugar daddy. So if Ashley gonna walk the walk with her, she gonna take the walk with her, and she gonna tell her how to get to step 1, which is your appearance. If this is what you want, to give you the best shot. But I don't think this chick is gonna be able to get a sugar daddy.
But if you're saying you want to be in the lifestyle, and that's the lifestyle that you want, you have to be alluring. Does that make sense?
And you gotta understand the life.
Okay, sounds good. What would you want me to do right now then?
Okay, so when you go out, we need our hair done. We need makeup on. Okay? We need lips. We need eyes.
You need it all.
Okay.
We need to show body, just a little bit of body.
And I'm not saying
in
she
a
ugly. I'm just
snooty
saying
booty
for
way,
that.
right? Classy, sexy.
Okay.
That man should be like, you know what? Oh my gosh, look at that beautiful young woman. I just have to cross the room for her. What is going to make him cross the room? Is this outfit you have on right now? Is that going to make him cross the room, cross the street and say, hey, I want to take care of you for the rest of your life? Think about it like that. If I was to step out as you are right now and you were to go to the bar or just out in the mall, should he come up to you and say, I'm just going to pay for everything? And that's not to say you're not pretty. That's not what I'm saying. Head to toe needs to be on point.
Okay.
If that's what you're saying you want from a guy.
Okay. Sounds good. So just more feminine clothing, because
more effort.
She don't understand. Like, the life is different. It's more. This Ashley giving her step one, but you gotta understand the life. Like, there is, things that come with being in that type of life, in that type of fashion, that just based off of her personality, she's not fit for. But I can respect Ashley taking a walk with her and leading her down step one. Who knows? You know what I'm saying? Who am I to say that she couldn't pull this shit off? You know what I mean? Who am I to say that? Unlikely, yeah. Impossible? Nothing's impossible.
More effort. So what you ladies aren't doing, a lot of you, and this is not just to you, Sarah Beauty. A lot of ladies, some, not all, come up and you say you want this rich and man, this provider man, this man who are going to do all the things for you, but I don't see effort in your appearance. And the thing is, a lot of girls on these apps are lying to you guys, saying all you need is a little gloss and a little lash, and your skin is good and nothing else. Yeah. But when you go out, you need to grab eyes. I want you to grab eyes. So yes, it's being feminine, but it's also creating a look that's going to make a man cross the room.
I think we gotta qualify this a little bit. For what she's asking for and for the way she looks, yes, this is sound advice. But I think that for the average woman who just wants a good relationship, less is more. For the average guy, we don't like a whole lot of makeup, so that's why I can't put my stamp on it all the way. But dealing with this individual girl who wants a sugar daddy, for whatever reason she wants it, you know what I'm saying? She ain't looking for no relationship. She wanted somebody just to spin that shit. You know what I mean? You're gonna have to do some fucking magic. You know what I mean? You're gonna have to do some makeup magic, some witchcraft, and make that happen. But generally speaking, less is more.
Okay.
Sounds good.
All right, Sarah. So I expect an update in a week or so with your look. When you come back next time, I want to be convinced.
Sounds good. So where would you recommend me go exactly? Because I'm getting the impression that maybe the apps is the issue. I think maybe I just don't go out enough. Maybe that's what it is.
I think that's what it is. I think that's a lot of the girls' problems here. They don't go out enough. So it's time to get out. Look up some places as soon as you get off this live, right? Look up maybe 10 places. Make sure it's safe, a nice area, and then go out. They said go on Eventbrite. I agree. All right, Sarah?
Okay. Thank you so much.
You're welcome, darling. Bye-bye.
All right, check me out. If you want to keep breaking down these topics with the family, hit that Discord link below. But if you want to see what happens when the main camera cut off, the behind the scenes and the real lifestyle access, you need to be on Kick. If you want to get to know me a little bit better, not a whole lot, tap the Kick link. All right, let's get it. Oh, shit.
I don't know. I'm just
I got it.
Let me say this. The girls are lying to you when they say a little bit of gloss, baby hair, and lashes. They're lying. Why should a man cross the room, not only cross the room, but come to you and offer you even just, let's start with a drink. Ladies, you're not even being offered a drink. And we're talking about money? You're not being offered a drink. And we're talking about money. This is no longer to Sarah because I think Sarah's a beautiful young girl. She's young. She's still learning. I'm giving her grace.
Okay.
But he's not offering you a drink.
Okay.
So now we're going to go from not offering me a drink.
Here's the thing, right? And I'm going to say it. I'm saying it. Because I'm not her. I'm saying it. I think it's kind of fucked up that Ashley send these girls on these missions for reality to smack them in their face. Because she going to go out there and she going to see what competition look like. It's almost like you think that you the biggest bully on the playground until somebody come and knock you on your ass. And that's what I get from that last chick. It's not that she average, she cool, like, you know what I mean? But she want a sugar daddy. That's the problem. Like, you know what I'm saying? If you wanted a relationship, then we, you know what I mean, cool. She wants a sugar daddy. She want a nigga to spend money on her, and that's the relationship she wants. So I think it's kind of fucked up. Like, and she's helping her do it. You know what I mean? But I think that that's also the cost of being the first step person. I'm going to help you get to that first step. And then whatever you do from that point on, that's on you. You know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean? Or, you know, if you're ready for step 2, we'll get you to step 2 until you want to get off this ride. But, yeah, man.
2, he has to come up off a 5K. And not only do you want him to come up off of money, you don't give him nothing to look at. I'm just going to say it plain. There's nothing to look at. I'm not convinced.
I'm going to stop. This last time I'm going to stop at this soon. But I hate the fact that she giving average chicks this faith that they can get and compete with women who have natural beauty. It's just sending them to get used and abused and thrown back. You know what I mean? And I really wish there was a message out there that lets women know, no, you can't have it all. The same way men can't have it all. We can only have as much as we can acquire. Same thing with you as far as your looks is concerned. If you're looking for a relationship, I'm speaking on. Not just having access to those guys, because that's a whole different separate conversation. But
convince me. No fit, no flair. No glam, no okay? It's just nothing. I'm not convinced. Hair's not done or it's in a ponytail. No makeup on. Don't go for walks. Don't eat vegetables. Body, face, hair, makeup. Smell good.
I just can't get with the makeup shit. I hate makeup.
I'm not being mean. If you
can
feel
put
like
a little
I'm
lip
being
gloss
mean,
on, that's cool.
You're triggered, and that means you're not doing the work.
This is what I was talking about, y'all.
You're not doing the work. It's time to be mean so you can snap out of it. That's why. You need to hear it like this because the girls keep saying, you don't need to do nothing. You don't need to do nothing. All you need to do is sit at the bar and you don't need no makeup. All you need is tinted moisturizer, baby hair, no wig on, and a little this and a little that.
We like natural.
And then you're getting there and you're realizing, oh, they lied. Or oh, I'm scared.
Nah.
It's not about looking fake. Let me say this also. Let me add to it. You're coming up here saying you want a man to hand you money. Let's say thousands, 5,000, 3,000, 2,000.
It's some sugar baby
We're
shit
not
though.
talking about someone that you're saying I want to date intentionally.
Yeah.
You know what? This is a nice,
Okay.
decent guy. I'm not looking for his money like that. We can go 70-30. We can go 50-50. I'm not talking to those crowd of ladies.
Okay.
I'm speaking directly to the ladies who come up here or who are in the comment sections
On
or
some
who
sugar
are
baby
on
shit.
online saying they want bags and shoes and money from men.
They want to be on some, yeah, you right. Okay. This is what it take. I can accept that.
Why should he cross the room and give you the stuff and you don't have your stuff on? I'm not convinced. I'm just not. Where's the hair, the makeup, the body? Where is it? And when I say all of this, I don't mean filler, BBL, none of that. I mean, you can go work out, you can come home, put your makeup on, put a good dress on, put some lips on, put something.
I can respect her mind. I can respect her mind because she know who she talking to. I can respect her mind. I was gonna say most women, right? And you can look at this, right? We tend to overcorrect for the opposite sex. And this is not to what she's saying because I gotta concede that point. She's speaking to a specific demographic of women who are asking for this specific thing. But if you look at, like, as a man, right? I'm just saying it from a man's perspective. When a man get in the gym and that nigga, you know what I mean, he get real like beefed out, you know what I'm saying? Pause like a mug. Then they get strong. After a certain size, the only people he start attracting is other fucking men. Not on no homo stuff, but just on some, like, that's the only people that's like, damn, son, you big as hell. Like, yay. The women, they like a more natural looking physique. The same way men like a more natural looking display on women. But if we're talking about women who's asking to be in the life, that's just looking for a sugar daddy, there's certain things that she's going to have to contribute to be able to be of some value to attract that type of guy. You can't just come as you are and then think that you're going to get whatever it is that you want. You got to add some type of value. You got to be valuable to the guy that you're trying to attract. And I respect it.
Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Like and subscribe. Follow the page. I just want to be convinced. That's all. I'm not seeing anything that's like, okay, let me in. It's giving, okay, $200. A fish and chip. That's what it's giving. $200 and a fish and chip. That's about it. Because I know y'all get up here and say, oh, I have standards, I have boundaries. And when you get out into the world and the first man breathes on you, the first man you come across who breathes on you, you're open like a book. I know it. Y'all get up here and lie on the internet every single day. I know it. And I know it because a lot of women, not all, struggle with self-esteem. Mm-hmm. So when you're already in your head about your weight and your looks, no matter your weight, no matter how you look, the first man that comes across you and says, you're pretty, hey, ma, let me take you out, he can talk a good game, you're open. And it doesn't take much. And I've seen several story times here on this app. I just seen one 2 days ago about a girl talking about how she went out on a date with a guy and he should do this and he should do that. And he only wanted to, do something in a car with her and only take her to a local spot. And I said, respectfully, you look like a local girl. It gives local girl vibes.
She be telling most the truth.
And when I say that, I mean energetically too. I'm not just saying because you don't have makeup or you don't have this or you don't have a Chanel bag. I'm not saying that. I'm saying the vibes, your energy, the lack of discipline, the lack of self-control, the lack of standards, the lack of boundaries. It's written all over you. And now you're trying to use TikTok talking points and perform them and not embody them. And people can see right through that.
That's a fact.
They can see right through it. People get on here every day and talk about, oh, he got to do this. Ladies need to do that. People should do this. And you're not living that life. When the camera's off, you're not living it. You're performing it.
You know, looks being your main source of agency is a gift and a curse because it forces women to be so consumed with optics that as long as something appears a certain way to the masses, whether it's like that or not, is irrelevant to them. You know, and I think that the black community, we suffer from that mostly because a lot of what our issues is or our gripes is mostly centered around how we look to the rest of the world versus actually doing the work.
Because if you don't have self-control
that's a whole
when
different
it comes
topic.
to a donut or saying no to Chick-fil-A, you're not saying no to that ninja. You're not saying no to him. I'm sorry. You're not saying no to him.
He ain't picking
If you can't get up every single day and go for walks, get to the gym, put on your waist trainer, eat right, and say no to food, you're not saying no to him.
To the average
You don't
nigga.
have self-control and discipline.
She right.
Am I lying?
It's always opportunity cost. Always.
I can't get y'all to go out the house. I can't get y'all to eat right. It takes me to tell some of you to go to the gym. Ashley, how don't you eat? How don't you do this? How don't you? That's where it starts. It starts with you. It starts with you. And whether you're in a dress with your hair done or your hair is not done, people should feel it. They should feel it when they come across you. This girl, oh, she got her stuff together. Oh, this girl, I know she, business, body, brains, it's all there.
We just want to, if a girl is down to earth and have a good head on her shoulders, that's attractive. Like the thing that I think outside of her looks, the thing I think, which and what Ashley's talking about, is that aura, because a dude that is on that level, that makes that type of money, can have a conversation with her and she'll understand it. It's not like, you know what I mean? Like having a conversation with somebody that is in la la land and only think about themselves. And so there is a certain sacrifice that's required to acquire something that you find valuable. And women, they think that they can get what they find valuable without sacrificing for it. Even if that's a fucking sugar daddy. You gotta put the work in to be what he's looking for. If you know what I'm saying? If you want him.
It's all there. They should feel it before you have to convince them and say anything.
She right. I can see that.
If you gotta say, this is what I gotta do, this how I do it, oh, you're lying. Okay. He lying. It's a lie. It's a lie. See, it's always a bit of Betty. It's always a bit of Betty. And you know,
Betty.
I just posted, if you guys go to my recent post, I just made a post about a married woman who left me a comment. And she said, Ashley, I'm a married woman and I used to be so triggered by your content. And I used to always ask you, where's your ring? Where's your ring? Where's your ring? I used to put that in the comments all the time because I was triggered. Go check out my last post. And she said, I realized I wasn't happy in my marriage. That's what it was. I wasn't happy in my marriage. Go check out my last post, JC. This one is for you specifically. You can't be happy. You can't be happy, babe. Okay, he don't want to come in the house anymore. He's sitting in the car. Okay, it's no more passion, babe. I'm gonna go ahead and say it. You cannot be happy. Any happy woman on this app are minding their business. Even if they disagree, they're minding their business. They're moving on. Whatever. Okay, that girl crazy. Let me go. Let me go back to, we got to focus on the south of France for next week. I just got all these roses. My house is practically a garden from Valentine's Day. I don't got time to look at this girl, Ashley.
That's true. All the happy bitches are happily married. They not watching this shit. The only ones that are on there commenting on her shit are the ones that are trying to distract themselves. That's true. She's smart. I think, man, this is a reaction, so I'm going to go ahead and do it. I am psychoanalyzing it, but what I'm saying is theoretical at best, right? I don't know what her relationship status is, but just off of what I'm perceiving, I think that Ashley is the type of woman that lives the life, knows how to live in a life. That's what she wants, but she takes the good and bad that go with it. She's not sitting here, and what I mean by the good and bad that goes with it is that there's never going to be, this is just theoretical, any real contribution or not contribution, but like any real substantiated long-term relationship where it's just them. It's always going to be kind of transactional because of what may be important to her, but she accept that shit. And so that I can respect that. But I'm not sure. The reason why I think about this is because of, upgrade your life and even the advice that she gives for the women, and the type of women she attracts is women that want sugar daddies. The advice that she gives for those women is very, how can I say, very specific and targeted, very pointed, very, I don't know how to say, spot on to be able to get them to that first leg of the race. You know what I mean? So that's what I see. But I'm not, she could be in a happy long-term relationship for years and years and keep that off the internet. Who knows?
Go check out that last post, JC. It's slide number 4 or 5. Correct me if I'm wrong, okay? It's slide number 4 or 5. She was a married woman. Let's get to 100K likes. I don't come for anyone here. You guys can do what you want, live what you want. You don't have to listen to me, and you can block me. I don't mind it. I get it. Everyone's not going to agree with me.
Yeah, it's all
but
good.
Don't stay where you're uncomfortable.
Yeah, it's all good.
That's my message to you all. If you don't like the message or if you're uncomfortable, don't stay.
I can respect it.
Don't stay.
I respect her mind.
Okay? Because then we're going into your boundaries. You're not respecting that. Block. Can we get some hearts? Can we get some gifts? We have 3,000 people here. That's a lot of people. I must say, that is a lot of people. 3,100 people. Whoa. Whoa. What's happening? As always, like, follow the page, subscribe, schedule a one-on-one call. The link is in the bio. Real life poppin'. Hello, beauty.
Hello. I didn't think you was gonna let me up here. Let me go ahead and get up. Hold on. I know that's right.
2-on-1.
How you doing today?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm okay.
All right. Do you consent to be on a live and potentially all platforms?
I sure do.
Alrighty. What brings you up?
I'm in my rebuilding phase, right? And I lived in Atlanta for like 6 years and I was the it girl, so it was fun. But like, I'm really trying to get out of that childish mindset and really grow into like the woman that I want to be. Like, I didn't want to be 30 working in a club because I talked about girls like that when I was 21, 22, 23. Like, I'm like, damn, make some room for the young girls. So now that I am 27, I'll be 28 in April.
Oh, see how time, hold on, let me stop right there. You see how time creep up on you?
Oh, yeah. I said, okay.
See, all the young girls calling people aunties. You see how time just creeps on up. You like, hold on. I'm almost.
Exactly.
Go ahead.
So I got out of a bad relationship, and I went from working just in a club making $1,700 in a weekend and paying all my bills to
So she a stripper.
drinking every night, losing myself. So I decided to move from Atlanta because I could not get out of like that black hole. So I'm back home in California rebuilding my life, and like I said, I have a big girl job finally. I just got a BBL because it's my second cosmetic procedure. First was like my breast augmentation. Now I'm healing from a BBL. Once I'm done healing from a BBL, it's like, okay, cool, car. And then I want to figure out where I want to live. But that's like my midlife crisis.
But my question to you is, if you got out of nightlife, why did you get the BBL? Do you have a goal when you wanted to get the BBL? Like, okay, I want to work in this industry because I want to use my body or show my body to make money. That's what I'm assuming too.
No, it was really just a battle of genetics. Like, it was the things that I was unhappy about, like my really tight hip dips, is like, I literally, it doesn't matter how much I work out, I'm not gonna have those hips. So I've always been like really, really skinny and like 100 pounds up until literally like this year. So then I gained too much weight for the BBL. And so then I started losing weight and it just wasn't losing fast enough. So I was like, okay, let's just go ahead and get this done and out the way.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's more so that I just want to look like the best version of myself more than like be in that nightlife scene and like have a certain look. Like I got a petite BBL, so it doesn't look too crazy. But I just don't know where I want to live. And like, I feel like it's time for me to find a relationship, and I have been, and I have options. But that transitional phase is so hard for me because my tolerance for men is so low. So what do you suggest I do to increase my tolerance for men and like transition from like that fun girl, which is like being when I was younger, I was okay with you having all the women. Like, that's fine. I don't care about that. Like, I have the purses, you're paying my rent, you're helping me with all my bills. Like, I don't care who's around at that point. But like now that I'm older, I'm like, no.
Okay, so you want like a good, stable.
So my value has gone down. I've been used and abused, and now I want more. Before, when my value was at its peak, I didn't give a fuck. But now my value is starting to go down, and I'm about to hit 30. I want more. That's the logic.
Average working man. That's what I'm hearing. If you get your nice average working man, that would be great. But if you have a high tolerance, you said a low tolerance, that tells me you're putting yourself in environments with men who are just not aligned where you are. They're not a match. So you need to write out what it is that you want. So then when you see it coming, I can avoid that group of men. I know what I want, so I'm going to go to this side of town. I'm going to go to these states. I'm going to hang out here. That's what you need to do. Define what it is that you want. That goes for all the girls in the chat.
It's the comments for me. Okay, so my question is, right, because yes, a wonderful...
But there's a part of you, I'm going to say this too, and I mean this with love. There's a part of you that's telling me that, but there's a click and pop about you. And when I say clicking and popping, you still got that energy like, what? Who? Huh?
Exactly. That's the problem,
you gotta turn that down. We got to turn that down. Because that's...
How do we turn it down?
Okay, that's... You have to work on that, okay? Humility.
See, that BBL got her ego through the roof right now. And her breasts, whatever she did with her breasts, the girl ain't gonna lie, but it got her ego through the roof right now. So in her mind, the guy that she qualifies for, it would be settling. But what's happening is that you got a chick who has conditioned herself to be the fun girl, live this lifestyle, that's trying to behave more domestically to attract a more domestic guy because she's trying to hurry up and settle down before she hit 30.
That works. Humility.
That's
being a little bit more mysterious.
Okay.
You don't have to wear it on your sleeve.
Okay.
Can we do those two things? And being humble doesn't mean you don't know you're beautiful. You don't know the body's not teeth. That's not what I'm saying. Right? But we don't have to wear it on our sleeve. We don't got to be all like this. Because then that looks like, are we trying to get picked? We trying to get choose? No, you don't got to do too much.
You
You
really
don't have to, because you look good, right? When we look good, we don't got to do too much. All we have to do is show up. And they feel us before they even see us.
I respect her mind, y'all.
I think this is enough for me to decide that I need to book a personal call because I got some questions.
I'll see you on the call.
You gonna see me on a call.
All right, beauty. Have a good night.
Have a good day. Thank you.
Bye-bye. They should feel you before they see you. Hello? No popping and clicking. Yes. Welcome in, everyone. Book the calls. You guys know.
I got to translate it for y'all so y'all understand what's going on, okay? Now, a lot of times the conversation get a little convoluted because they're normally talking about the high value guy that they want, you know, where they have their expectations higher after their sexual market value, not their personal value, but their sexual market value is lower. You've lived a life, you've done things, you know what I mean, that most guys on a higher level would not accept or be proud of to bring you on to be his wife. So she did set the premise of average guy, which is respected. And for the average guy, she would be a catch. And if she can understand earlier, because this is what happens, right? Women try and shoot above their weight class their entire life and end up going off the cliff. But if you got a 27-year-old who know that she didn't live the life, she has a reputation, she was the it girl, you know what I mean? Which is cool, you know what I mean? You're going to have to go down to an average dude. But when you fish in that average pond, you're going to be a big fish. That's what she was saying, and that's a fact. The average guy go for a little BBL, you know what I'm saying? Little, she not bad looking, little bad. She going to have her pick of the litter. But as long as she understands that this is where she belongs. Even though you feel like a big fish, women are supposed to feel like that for the most part. You know what I mean? If they understand their value. But you're going to be the big fish in the big pond. You're going to have your pick of the litter. But she's going to have to tone down her ego. Because she's used to dealing with men, even if it's just on a sexual, financial level, that are above average. So when you're dealing with this average guy, he not paying rent. He not doing none of that. He not buying the bags. He not doing none of that shit. He doing some average nigga shit. So you got to remember that. You know what I mean? And so you got to treat him with the close to the same respect, because he'll tolerate a lot more. But close to the same respect that you would give the guys that was doing all that type of shit if you want a good relationship from a loyal man. So I can respect her mind. She's speaking to that perspective. If you made it this far, check out the video we just did from Stacy Prince. One question ended the debate. Would you encourage your son to date a baby mama? I thought that this was very educational because you initially see how far a woman would go to protect the sisterhood. And I mean, what he did was he tried to give her the perspective so she shared it from her own purview of her investing in her son, him becoming competitive, and then bringing home a baby mama. Would you encourage that? And she went in a roundabout way to say that I'm not going to, infringe on love. And it's like, yeah, but we're talking about your son. You're supposed to guide him through all things. Like, would you do it? And she eventually said, you know what? I would say no. Which also made her have to concede the point that 70% of the black community is comprised of exactly what she would tell her son not to date. It was a good breakdown. He was in there cooking, bro. That's just one of them. I mean, he was in there cooking. I know TikTok gone. Man, I thought, hold on. That shit crazy. And some people on TikTok be fucking with it. Let me see. I thought I turned off Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I clicked that. All right. I'm gonna have to limit it to kids. From the kids, I thought it was already set on that. That's probably why it's happening like that. We're gonna see what happened though. We back. What was that? Number 2? That was number 3. All right, we got one more before the break. This probably gonna be the video that does it. That does the numbers. All right. All right. Let me see. Lola Burke, I'm checking y'all. Look, a lot of people live in delusion. That's a fact. No. Help yourself, girl. Dangerous twist. You playing. You playing with that man money. She got to dress provocative. To live a life. Yeah, I don't live that life. She giving prostitute vibes. All she needs to do is dress kind of provocative and play the part. She's green. I had a sugar daddy at 19. Damn. See, so you know the life. Lola know the life. Yeah, she know the life. I know it's a different type of lifestyle. You know what I mean? And if that's what you want, then it is what it is. She not built like that. That's what I was thinking. But you want to know something? It take her to have to go out there and experience it for herself to realize she ain't built like that. She gonna have to hit that. She gonna have to get smacked. It's different nowadays. My sugar daddy took care of me for years. Damn. She said, I had a job too. She's not turned out. She's a good girl. That's what she's a good girl. That's what I was thinking the same shit. She has no game. Yeah, you gotta have, yup. I was thinking the same shit. Lola know what's up, bro. Gotta have game. Yup. Shout out to Lola, dog. It's obvious. It's not competition. It's about game. Okay. See, I'm looking at it from a competitor perspective. Like, you know, you gotta beat out the women that's around you. But at the same time, y'all could live cohesively, and he fuck with all y'all. I feel sorry for the younger generation. That's real. These men are very dangerous nowadays. Damn. Shit get crazy. What's happening with you, McKellar? Mike? What's happening with you, Mike? Yeah. Makia. I'm saying that shit right. What's happening with you, Makia? True. Fake. Fraudulent. I just had donuts last night. Fresh from the grocery store. That's me. LOL. That's why I get dudes that are attractive. She wants attention. Yeah, that's why she got the BBL. Maybe. And thank you, sir. Yeah, appreciate you, Lola. Appreciate you for real. Nah, that's what I was thinking. Yeah, she too green for that type of shit. She gonna hit that wall. She gonna get smacked and hit that fucking wall. I mean, I kind of feel bad for her because she gonna have to go out there and learn the hard way. But a lot of times women be so hard up on what the fuck they want that the only thing you could do is walk the path with them, give them the first step so they can figure out for themselves. And when they hit that first wall, they gonna determine if the life is for them. That's real shit. The life ain't for everybody. That's a different lifestyle. And I'm smart enough to know it. I don't even deal with that, but I'm smart enough to know that it's a different game when you're dealing with men who have that type of money to just throw it away and pay for you to just sit back and chill. All right. Wait a minute. You spent 21 whole years with a solid, faithful provider raising 4 kids together until you woke up and one day decided to permanently blow up your entire family unit for no other reason than you weren't happy. Now you're 2 years deep into the single life, signing leases on random houses, staring at a camera, crying that nothing feels normal anymore, and you have absolutely no idea what you're looking for. Because you traded a multi-decade legacy for absolute, uncompromised solitude. You crazy for that one. All right, let's get to it.
My ex-husband he really was a good guy. He still is a good guy. And I don't even know what I'm looking for. I don't know what I'm looking for as far as like, it's just very different. I've lived life a certain way for a long time.
Welcome back, family. Men sacrifice their happiness for their family, but women sacrifice their family for their happiness. And we will see it today by giving you an update on this woman who divorced a very good man because she wasn't happy.
Yesterday, I posted a video about how I divorced my husband after being with him for 21 years. We were married for 8 years, and how he was the good guy. And it's getting quite a bit of attention. I expected that it would. I hate when people get on here and they're like, I didn't expect that to go viral. Now, it is getting way more attention than I expected it to get. But I knew it was the point of creating this account, if I'm being honest. I started my day yesterday with 79 followers, and I think I'm at like 2,600 as I'm creating 79 followers, and I think I'm at like 2,600 as I'm creating this here. So let's just talk for a second, because I haven't been able to go through all the comments. But the resounding question is, what do I define as a good guy? And I'm gonna be very honest with you. Some of the stuff that I'm reading,
I want y'all to know something. It is very, very hard for a woman to not play the victim in her stories. It's like, it's hard. You know what I'm saying? So if a woman is saying that this guy was good, that motherfucker must have been damn near Jesus Christ himself. And she knows that she's wrong.
A lot of women going through the same situation, okay? But what you all are describing and my definition of a good guy is not the same thing. Some of you.
Okay.
But my husband was a good guy. Like, he really was. I didn't divorce him because of anything other than I was not happy. I told him for years that he would be an excellent partner for someone, just not me. I just did not feel like we were a good fit for each other. And it was really hard to let go because we had been together for so long. And yes, one of the things I mentioned in that video was that he never told me that he loved me. And that was one of the things that I had accepted that eventually I grew to resent him for. That wasn't the reason why I left him. But it was, I've called mine and his relationship death by 1,000 cuts, because that's essentially what happened. And I plan to go into detail, but my definition of the good guy is not that he was a good guy to everybody else, and he was not a good guy to me. He was a good guy, and I take full responsibility for my part in why the relationship was the way that it was. I left.
That's rare.
Because I wasn't happy. I had checked out of that relationship long before I even knew that I was unhappy. And, you know,
you got to think about it like this. And I know that we want to demonize women, right? I know that a lot of men want to demonize women and be like, oh, you know, you just broke up the entire family, blah, 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 blah. All true. I got to give them that. It's facts. But a woman's attraction, we got to consider it. I'm not saying that it has to be above all, but there's a level to the attraction that a lot of times what men do is they hold on for the sake of the children because they see the bigger picture, which is understandable. But you have to take into the account of the attraction because all you're doing is delaying the inevitable. That's it. All you're doing is delaying the inevitable. So if she's not attracted to you, there's something that she has done or expressed or whatever to show that she's not attracted to you. This is what happens. And a lot of times women aren't attracted to the good guy. You know, that's just a safety measure. And after they've experienced that safety for so long, it becomes noise in the background and they don't really see it for what the value that it is until they step out and then have to spend time alone struggling. And even still, just living in a place where you're not being stimulated for women for so long is almost like being in hell. So I'm only giving her this bell because she's showing a level of accountability to say that it was my fault. That's why.
I had a lot of people in my life, specifically my mother, who encouraged that I wait until my daughter graduated high school. Everybody had all these opinions, but nobody was in that marriage but me. I felt it was only fair that I left the minute that I realized I was unhappy. I created this account to help other women. I'm getting a lot of messages, and I'll get to the point where I'm able to really dedicate the time and attention to some of these specific questions. But my ex-husband he really was a good guy. He still is a good guy. He's just not the guy for me.
Attraction shit is important.
I want you to remember when she said that her ex-husband didn't tell her that he loved her. And I will expose the truth behind this whole situation. Women never tell the whole story once they know that they are at fault. But before diving deep into this interesting update, let's play the video she is referencing again to refresh your memories.
I made the extremely tough decision to leave my husband last year after being with him for 21 years. We were married for 8 years. And my ex-husband is not a bad guy, wonderful father. But there were some things that would send people into orbit when I would tell them things. Like, number one, and I'm not exaggerating, my ex-husband did not tell me that he loved me. That sends people into outer space when I tell them that. That was something that I accepted. We'll call it accepted, but now I see it as settling. I had accepted this about him, but what ended up happening is years and years and years of what I will consider emotional neglect, unintentionally. I began to resent him. And
you see what I'm talking about? She can't help but play the victim. She can't help it. Like it's because I'm sure that there's more to it than meets the eye that she's not saying right now. And so she's just painting the picture from this perspective to set this foundation and this premise, but it sounds shaky, I'm telling you, that's it. And the fact that she keeps calling this dude a good guy, she's trying her best to take a level of accountability, but her ego won't allow it.
And there's a few videos that I want to make of things that I've learned, especially with us coming up on 1 year divorced, and what I learned about divorcing the good guy and what a villain that makes you, how hard it is on your kids.
Yeah.
I just want this to reach someone going through the same thing or thinking about divorcing the good guy. And if you have questions, if you have concerns that you have for yourself or your kids, drop it in the comments. I'd love for somebody to ask me something because I feel like my story can help somebody.
If you're not being fully transparent with your story, it can't help anybody. All you're doing is getting on here and looking for sympathy at that point, because you got to tell a whole story. You can't just keep saying the guy was a good guy. What did you do Because I have a sneaky suspicion of something that she has yet to reveal. But maybe, you know, maybe I need to be a little bit more patient. We're going to see.
We're going to start.
Now, before I show you the update on how this woman's life has become even more miserable since she divorced her ex-husband, let's first expose the issue of her ex-husband not telling her he loves her.
That's what I want to see.
Also, keep in mind that she keeps on reminding us that her ex-husband is a
He's
really
a good guy,
and
yeah.
there is a reason for that. This next clip will expose what really happened in this marriage over the years. Let's watch.
Oh, shit.
Expose what really happened in this marriage over the years. Let's watch.
All right, check me out. If you want to keep breaking down these topics with the family, hit that Discord link below. But if you want to see what's happening when this main camera cuts off, the behind the scenes, the real lifestyle access, the boxing, the rope jumping, all that shit, you need to be on Kick. And if you want to get to know me a little bit better, tap that Kick link. Let's get it.
A couple days ago, I posted a video about how I divorced the good guy after being married for 8 years, but we were together for 21 years. And that's gotten quite the attention, 2 million views at this point.
Damn.
I have made some follow-up videos saying that I would eventually tell my story the way I want to tell it on my own terms, because that's what I came here for.
Sure.
I've been very apprehensive because the comment section is gnarly.
And your feelings can't take it.
The reason why I left is not the same story as a lot of people, and it is very selfish.
I can respect your
The
mind.
reason why I left was very selfish.
I can respect your mind. Accountability, it looks good on you.
For all the hate that's going to come, because I know from that comment section and from my inbox that there are so many women who are afraid to say the same thing.
Okay.
Let's start here. People fail to realize a man can be a good guy, a great father, but a horrible husband. The reason why I decided to pick this comment is because it's the #1 liked comment. That means a lot of people resonate with that.
Oh, okay.
A lot of you are married to a good guy on the outside, but not a good guy on the inside. That was not the case. Nobody will be able to convince me on any video and any comment that my ex-husband is a bad guy.
This is crazy because the sisterhood, and I can't even say the fucking sisterhood because she's not a sister, but I don't know, women's echo chamber is trying to give her every excuse in the book. They're trying to bail her out, right? They're doing everything in their power. She is the one who made the most selfish choice and is on TikTok being accountable about it. And they're still trying to bail her out. And that people fail to realize a man can be a good guy, great father, but horrible husband is the most liked comment. To try their best to avoid the accountability. That, don't you think that there's something wrong with that? And I think that this is interesting. And this is why I give her some bail, because despite all of the bail that she's receiving, she chooses to stand on accountability. That's why I respect it. This is what she's doing, is she's giving the realistic outcome of her circumstance and not sitting here trying to go on TikTok and find an echo chamber to support her terrible decision.
I share one tidbit of information that I considered emotional neglect and that I was settling, but I accepted about him, was that he couldn't tell me that he loved me. And that was not an exaggeration. A question that I get a lot is, did you tell him you loved him? I did, but I stopped doing that after a while. Mm-hmm. My ex-husband and I met when I was 16. We had our first child when I was 19. A lot transpired over that time.
Like what?
In the beginning, yes, he could tell me that he loved me. So much to unpack there, and I will go more into, what happened over the years, if that will help someone.
Yeah,
but
it would.
People are wondering, why did I leave? Why did I leave? I left because I wanted to.
She's jumping around.
I left because I didn't want to be married anymore. I left because I didn't enjoy marriage. There were a lot of things wrong in that relationship, and I think that we had grown apart. I never felt like I could be myself. I never felt like I could be myself. If you go through my videos, you will see a transformation happen. And that transformation did not happen until I divorced my husband.
Sure. Okay.
I've never felt more like myself than I have in my entire life. I now know what love feels like. All the things that my husband did to show me that he loved me, I can do for myself. And that might be selfish. And I knew I was going to break my children's heart. And we have a lot to unpack here. But I left because I wanted to. Because essentially I was in a relationship with somebody that I really didn't even like. And I felt like he didn't like me. He was attached. 21 years is a long time. We had a lot of appearances to upkeep. There was no abuse happening. There was years and years of emotional neglect on his part and mine. We resented each other. I did him a favor.
Okay. I can agree with that. Okay.
Let's start here.
All right.
She clearly said that in the beginning, he told her he loved her. Now let me explain to you what's happening here in Womanese. This guy and this girl met when they were 16. It was all lovey-dovey until they had a kid. But then she cheated on him, and after that, it was betrayal after betrayal.
See, that's what I think. But she never came out and said that. And this is what, to me, becomes disingenuous, because you're not telling the whole story. It ain't just he stopped saying that he loved you. You cheated on him. And then even if he were to tell you that he loved you, and this is all speculation because she never said it. This is all speculation. Even if he did say he loved you, that wouldn't be enough to substantiate, continue the relationship in her eyes, because she's not really attracted to him, which is, that's her prerogative. That's understandable, which led her to cheat. But here's the thing. Once a woman cheats on you, that's the end of the relationship. What you're doing is you just delaying the inevitable. She has lost attraction for you. That's just, attraction in a marriage is extremely important. I know that marriage is about duty, but attraction is important. That's like the glue that holds everything together. And so if you start to wane in attraction, then you start to wane in the marriage. That's a marriage that's eventually doomed to fail no matter what.
But her ex-husband chose to forgive her because they already had a child together.
Right.
And this man endured all 21 years, because we all know that once a woman cheats on you, she will keep on doing it for the rest of your life.
That's his fault.
She will never truly respect you, and her ex-husband knew that. But
That's
he
his
lived
fault.
with it because he chose to sacrifice his happiness to maintain his family structure.
He sacrificed respect. He didn't just sacrifice, he sacrificed his respect. You can't do that. It's almost like trying to resuscitate something that is already gone, dead and gone. You can't, you have to accept it for what it is. She did do him a favor.
That is the real reason he stopped telling her that he loved her. And she accepted that because she knew that she was the source
wrong.
of this betrayal.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, she decided to leave because she wasn't happy. And that singularly destroyed the lives of 2 young children. So, fellas, that is the level of selfishness of modern women. Even after many bitter women tried to convince her that her ex-husband is actually not a good guy, she kept on insisting that he is a good guy because deep down, she knows very well that she is at fault. Just observe in this next clip how she doesn't want to say clearly what she did, because we will all know who she really is.
This was probably the most popular comment on the video that comes from this. Nothing wrong with this comment. It's actually a really good question. I'm wondering why you're calling him a good guy when he was unable to tell you he loved you.
She's not telling you the
I
whole
wouldn't call him
story.
a good guy when he essentially neglected your emotional needs by never telling you. And if you haven't seen that video, basically I'm starting a series where I talk about divorcing the good guy. And I share one little piece of information that people are having trouble accepting that he's a good guy because he never told me that he loved me. My ex-husband and I were together since I was 16, so 21 years. We were only married for 8 years, and we had 4 kids, and he was essentially the good guy. And he was a good guy. Just because he didn't tell me that he loved me did not make him a bad person. I'll get into that at some point. But he was not abusive. Do I consider a lot of the things that went on in that relationship emotional neglect? Yes, but it was never intentional.
She plays the victim.
I will always label my ex-husband as a good guy. I think he's going to be a wonderful partner for someone else. But I will go into detail later on during this series.
That's what I'm talking about.
As to why he and I stayed together so long and why I left. So stay tuned.
Now let's move on to the update and see what this woman's life looks like nowadays.
I want to tell y'all, privilege is blind to those who have it. You got to think about it, right? She's been with the same guy since 16. You know, they had their first child at 19. They was together for 20-something years. You know, it's not until you have to fend for your own. She picked the worst time. She's evidently old as fuck. She got gray hair, 4 kids. You're taking that onto the sexual dating market and think that you're going to find something substantial. And it's not until you realize on your own the reality of how life actually works, and that the fact that you had everything that every single woman is looking for and you just threw it away. You know, you got to think about what I'm talking about, right? It's a connection. After 20-something plus years, you guys have a certain level or a certain connection with each other that has matured over time, despite him telling you that he loves you or not. You know what I mean? There's a certain language that you two speak that you're never going to be able to speak with anybody else. You know, like that language when you, like on a look, like, you know, when you've been with somebody for so damn long, they can make a look and y'all can have a look conversation. You know what I'm saying? And y'all know what y'all talking about because y'all done developed this language. That is hard to duplicate. And so what she's going for is she's selfishly and ignorantly going for an experience that stimulates her emotionally. And then once she's done doing that, that's when, after the crash, that's when she's gonna, you know, I don't know how transparent she seems mostly accountable, except for sharing the darkest truth of her journey, which would put all of this in perspective, but she still wants to leave space to be able to play the victim, which I think is a level of unaccountability. But this is more accountable than most women would be, especially, you know, after divorce.
She really thought that her ex-husband would keep on acting normal even if she divorced him because he is a good guy. When her ex-husband realized that the real reason she divorced him was to go chase after Chad and Tyrone, he also decided to cut all ties. Check it out.
Things that I wish someone had told me about before I got divorced or during my divorce, a series. If you are new here, and a lot of you are because I just started this account and one of my videos has picked up some traction. So since everybody is very interested in the topic of divorcing the good guy, there's so many other things that come with divorce, even if it's not the good guy, even if it's the bad guy. There's the thing I want to talk about today is co-parenting or a lack thereof. My ex-husband and I were together for 21 years. We were married for 8 years. I decided to leave last year, filed for divorce very quickly, and
what a break.
And suddenly, and it has been a whirlwind of a situation. And since about February, my ex-husband has wanted nothing to do with me. Like, quite literally told me he does not want me in his life anymore. But obviously that doesn't work. We have 4 kids. Granted, one of our children is an adult. And then we have a almost 15-year-old. But we do have a, pause for it, a 6 and 7-year-old. I know, imagine. The 6-7 that I hear all day long. So in February, my ex-husband, because the divorce was final in December, he decided he did not want anything to do with me anymore. He did not want to. He kept calling it co-parenting, but I realize now the term is actually, I ran across this and I was so thankful that somebody actually told me about this, is what we've been doing since February is something called parallel parenting. And in my personal opinion, it feels much better than to have to pretend like you are, that like you like the other parent. And here's the thing. I chose to leave for no other reason than I was not happy. It wasn't because there was something major that happened, but the leaving itself absolutely devastated him. And once I started seeing someone, he wanted absolutely nothing to do with me. And so we do something now called parallel parenting. And basically what that means is we do not speak unless it is absolutely necessary, and it is very short. We do not interact during drop-off or pickup. As a matter of fact, I actually can go months without seeing him in person. I know that's not going to work for everybody, but it's probably best for a situation that's like high conflict. For the longest time, I thought he wasn't co-parenting with me. And now I actually realize that this is just how it's going to be for a while, maybe forever. Is it best for my children? I don't know. I don't know how they feel about it.
Divorce?
I know the oldest 2 don't really care. The 2 little ones, one of them has expressed concern as to why we don't talk, but he understands as best he can. So parallel parenting. I wish somebody had told me about that before I got divorced.
Even 2 years after leaving her marriage and putting her young children at a statistical disadvantage, she is still confused about life, and she doesn't even know what to do with herself anymore.
I mean, what the hell you expect a man to do? You done crashed his life. You with a new dude. And you want him to act like everything is all good? You know what I mean? Motherfucker need time to heal. What the fuck do you expect?
The caption in this next video said that she is still a happier woman divorced. But we can clearly see from her body language that she is simply trying to put on a front for social media.
Something that fling is over, talk about in regards to uprooting your entire life, deciding to file for divorce after being in a relationship for 20 years and, you know, blowing your whole life up, is that there is no precedented amount of time as to when you should feel normal again. Nothing feels normal.
It's not normal.
It is still so very hard for me to find my way, if that makes sense.
You're cooked.
When you have been in a long-term relationship, or you've been a wife and you've had kids and you've, lived with your family unit we were married for 8 years, but we did this on and off for 20 years. You have that normalcy. You have your day-to-day nuances. Everybody has their own schedule. You have a rhythm. You cook dinner at a certain time.
You'll never be able to duplicate that with another man. Just know that.
I'm almost 2 years out from having my divorce and leaving my ex-husband. And I was just talking to my sister about this the other day. Nothing feels normal.
You're never going to be able to duplicate what you had with your ex-husband with another man. You could just write that out. What you're about to experience is a different lifestyle. You have to understand that you're going to be out here on a dating market, and you have to accept the fact that a 2-3 year relationship in this normal dating climate is a long-term marriage. That's what it equates to. What you were dealing with back then, that right there, that's unheard of for the most part. You have to adapt to that fact that you will be shuffling guys. After this fling is over with, that you have with this guy, and you spark that little firecracker up again for the next guy. After you do that a couple times, it gets pretty old. And then you start to realize what a lot of these women are going through that are in the sexual dating market dating. And why what you once had, the value in it. Because you was unhappy, initially. But the reason why you was unhappy is because you didn't understand why it was so valuable. This is the new normal. You're never going to be able to duplicate it. You have to understand what it takes when you've been with somebody for so long. You guys speak a different language. You guys have a different way of being. There's a connection there that is unmatched and is specific to just you. And to experience something like that, there's a level of commitment and endurance that has to take place over the course of time. And the stronger it is it becomes stronger the more you don't disrupt it becomes stronger the more you don't disrupt it with your ego.
I have yet to find a solid routine that feels good. That doesn't mean that I have any type of regret. It doesn't mean that I don't enjoy my life. It's just it's
fun now.
Still don't know what normal looks like.
This is normal.
Me. It's very interesting.
This is normal.
I'm sitting here in this house that I moved into. I don't know if I've already said that. I moved into this house. I'm moving out of this house. I've actually moved out already into a different house. But 18 months ago, I moved into this house having no idea what was to come. And if I could give anybody any advice, because I felt like since I was the one that wanted to end the marriage, I should be the one to leave. And so I did. And I remember signing the lease on this place and thinking to myself, what did I do? What have I done?
Yeah.
You just have to trust yourself.
Oh my God.
You just have to trust that everything will work out.
It's not. You're cooked. You don't understand that.
But you will absolutely blow up everything that you've known for the last how many ever years or months. You will blow that up.
Yeah. It's gone.
And don't be upset or hurt or sad or confused when 2 years later you still don't have a sense of normalcy.
You absolutely should feel all of that.
And I don't even know what I'm looking for. I don't know what I'm looking for as far as it's just very different. I've lived life a certain way for a long time. It's not bad. It's just very different. And I don't hear a lot of people talk about that.
Welcome to the wilderness.
Nothing feels the same. You don't leave that life and then automatically go into a different routine that feels good. I don't know what I'm doing from day to day. I also don't have a traditional job. I own my own business. I'm a body piercer. I own a tattoo and piercing studio. So I also don't have a regular schedule. But I've also been doing that for 13 years. So that is part of my daily life. And still, my home life still just doesn't feel, there's no normalcy.
One thing I will give to this woman is that she stayed consistent in reminding us that she left because of her own selfish reasons.
She was
all
accountable.
the sacrifice and the humiliation her ex-husband endured to keep his family together were in vain because she decided that she wasn't happy anymore.
That's a him problem.
Fellas, protect yourselves at all times against these types of women. And above all, don't forget to keep your head up, focus on your goals, and everything else will follow. I love you and I appreciate you for all your support. Please feel free to like, subscribe, comment, and share to help push this content to more men in need. I'm out. Peace.
That's the double-edged sword of having a feelings-based reality where in order to realize the value of what it is that you have, you got to go all the way off the cliff get a new apartment, be 2 years out of a divorce, and then realize like, damn, I am lonely as fuck. You know what I mean? Like I thought that this is what I wanted. I wanted this excitement. It lasted for a while. Now that I'm over it, you know what I mean? I can see the fulfillment of having a nuclear family and the value of, you know, seeing my kids happy and having that one person there that I know actually cares about me versus these fly by the night, unfulfilling relationships. And it takes women all the way to the edge for them to actually feel it. They, you know, there's no foresight a lot of times. And it's sad. I say it's a double-edged sword because it's the same thing that makes them so attractive, you know, just, you know, being a woman, you know, feeling and nurturing and all that type of stuff. That's what men love. But at the same time, when the ego and hypergamy hits, it sends them off the edge to blow up their entire life. And she admitted to it. She knew she blew her shit up. It's sad. She said that. She was like, yeah, I blew it up. I blew it all the way up. It's gone. If you made it this far, check out the video we just did from Ashley Dalton. Upgrade Your Life YouTube channel. Your basic looks won't land you a sugar daddy. Lip gloss, baby hair, and a bad body won't cut it. Bruh. They had the most basic chick you would ever see in life trying to get a sugar daddy. And Ashley, she just rode the wave with it. She said, look, you're going to have to put on a lot of makeup. And you're going to have to do a lot of work. But go out there and see what you could do. See what you could make shake. You know what I mean? But it's just sad how far the youth are where they don't see the value of a relationship or finding a man that actually values them. She just wanted a sugar daddy. She wanted a motherfucker that'll spend that money. I think that that's also a part of what's happening with the culture, even with this new song that's out. You know, that spin that shit. All right, man. Salute to TikTok Abe. He said, smart man, appreciate your big dog. Let me see. I'm going to make these comments a little bit bigger. Because I definitely want to have a discussion of what y'all think before TikTok kick me off again. And I'm going to get right to YouTube too. Hold on. All right, hold on. What is it? His name Peep. What's that? I appreciate you, bud. He said, smart man. He said, no disrespect, but all that's a lie. First, he didn't want to have nothing to do with it. I'm not sure what he's talking about. This what I do. F. All right. I caught that. This is not her first time cheating on him, and he needs to make sure those kids are his. Man, that's a fucking fact. You could just tell when they lose the attraction. That attraction shit is important. That's a fucking fact. Then being my fault. I'm trying to make it a little bit bigger so I can see it. Hold on. I don't make none of the words bigger. All right. Then being on and off should have told her it wasn't gonna work. It's not even her, man. I'm gonna tell you what I put the accountability in this situation on the man because I'm not a believer or component of accepting cheating from your woman. I think that a woman cheating is vastly different from a man cheating. A woman has emotionally cheated. She has totally checked out. So it's a clear indication that the relationship is doomed to fail. So if you sit there and try and patch it up for the kids and you still got 2 9-year-olds, you know what I mean? Like, it's like the only thing you asking for is for failure. So you might as well cut your losses and let it be what it's going to be. Responsibly thinking. He would have done, I thought he would have did, because you got to think about it like this, right? As a man, Your woman cheat on you. You either gonna take the low road or the high road. The relationship is doomed to fail anyway, because once the infidelity comes into play, the Bible even speaks on it. Once infidelity comes into play, it's over with. You need to divorce her. That's it. You're done. That's just the fact of the matter. There's not much that you can do, because the attraction for you and you accepting that is not going to be there for her. She's going to look at you as less than. If he would have played the high role and was like, listen, you cheated on me. You made your point. Let's cut it off. After 2 years, she'd have been trying to get back with him. Not saying that that's a win, but that's the only thing he can hope for is that, because after she's, demonstrated her disrespect to him, there's no returning from that. It just is what it is. She definitely got regret. Nah, that's a fact. She does. She knows she trashed herself. And guess what's gonna happen? Over the course of time, when loneliness set in and those flings stop and her looks is deflating even more, and every relationship that she has turns out to not be meaningful, she's gonna yearn for what she thought was meaningful with her ex-husband. That's a fact. It's sad that they have to go that far to even experience that. The beat. See, I don't like that song. I don't know what song you're talking about. It doesn't make sense. The beat is wet. Also, I like Young Miami. Oh, you're talking about the song. The song, I know what you're talking about. I like Young Miami, but not that song. I think that song is just reflective of the culture. You know what I mean? I don't like the song either. I think it's reflective of the culture, and it just needs to be studied. It just needs to be studied. Why are we embracing it? You know what I mean? So, yeah. I appreciate you, Lola. Your perspective is so valued, honestly. And the transparency. Because, there's some there's realness to it, especially that sugar baby shit. You gotta really understand that life, and most people think that they could just jump into it, I think that's permeating a perspective for a lot of the youth that thinks that they, makes them think that that's what they want out of a man, and it's not. What's good, Becky? How you doing? All right, let's keep this thing rocking and rolling. Oh, you know what? We're on the fourth one, but I think I'm gonna just keep pushing. Let me see. What's the fourth one? Oh yeah, that's the 8 at the table. Yeah. Look, we're gonna take a quick commercial break. TikTok, stay on as long as they gonna let you. You heard me? I'm gonna stretch my legs right quick. We got 4 more to go. The next one we're doing is 8 at the table. This is a good one. This is a good one because their discussions. This next one is talking about a woman's past and should he still marry her? So y'all stand by for that. We're gonna 1, 2, 3, 4. We're gonna take a slight commercial break. I'm gonna stretch my legs for a quick second, but I'm not gonna leave y'all high and dry. I'm gonna have some music playing, some tunes playing in the background. But TikTok, they be acting like an ass. They be kicking me off for no reason. They find any reason to kick me off. Motherfuckers be reporting my shit. They hate what I be saying. You know what I mean? Like, come on, man. Y'all motherfuckers be tripping.
I just took some mileage with us. Got some bitch from violence with us. She with us. I'ma fuck up bras with us. Bitch from Pakistan with us. Ferraris in them lambs with us. About to fuck this club up with us. Metro Boomin want some more, nigga.
I turn the Ritz into a pool house. It's like eviction number 4 now. Go ahead and dash it on the floor now. Girl, go ahead and show me how you go down. And I feel my whole body peeking. And I'm fucking anybody with their legs wide. Getting faded with some bitches from the west side. East Coast, nigga reppin' north side. Never waste a host time. Bitch, I'm on my own time. Fuck a
me cheating, I won't never tell her sorry. If she catch me cheating, I won't never tell her sorry. Porsches in the valley, I got Bentleys, I got Rarries. Taking pain pills on the plane, getting chartered. Popping tags on tags, I was starving. Bitch, I got the juice and the carving. Turn a 5-star hotel to a trap house. Roaches everywhere like we forgot to take the trash out. Flood my cross with ice, getting money, my religion. Got my baby mama and my side bitch kissing. I turn a wrist into a lean house. This the 6th time getting kicked out. I can't feel my face, I'm on auto raw nauseous. Niggas tryna ride my fucking wave, now they salty. Running with the wave, get you killed quick. Shoot you in your bag like you Rick. La Mexico with no life to afterlife, my whole life, my whole life.
Cause I'm always rapping for that low life. Low life, low life, low life. No, I'm rapping for that low life. Yeah. Said I'm rapping for the low life. Low life, low life, low life, low life. Said I'm rapping for that low life.
Yeah, they stereotyping. Cause they know a nigga keep 10 rifles. And they know a nigga keep 10 snipers. Keeping baby bottles like we wearing diapers. Yeah, they stereotyping. Cause they know a nigga keep 20 rifles. And they know a nigga keep 20 snipers. And they know a nigga keep 10 rifles. Sniper, 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 sniper. Wifey, 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 wifey. That's your wifey, 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 wifey. I think I like her, like her, like her, like her, like her. That's your wifey, 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 wifey. I think I like her, like her, like her, like her, like her. Oh, that's your wifey, 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 wifey. I think I like her, like her, like her, like her, like her. I just took some Molly with us. Got some bitch with followers with us. She gon' fuck the squad with us. I'ma fuck her bras with us. Bitch from Pakistan with us. Ferraris and them nails with us. About to fuck this club up with us. We about to fuck this club up with us.
Yeah. Ice. Yo. Manish on the beat, shebang. All of my ops, they dead. Why do they gas me up? Where does it go? My head. How much I got? A lot. Don't leave again, I won't. Thinking and trying me do like Bryson, pussy ass nigga and don't. Can I forgive? I can't. What do I need? Some head. Shorty keep asking a date. She tryna finesse Poly Market for bread. Where's the beef? It's cooked. Where's the boy? He's booked. Don't even recognize none of these names at the top of the charts. I look. Am I upset? A bit. Last one you dropped was shit. I did press play on that hoe. Mid, skip. What should I take? A trip. Who should I take? His bitch. Tennis lessons with a Nike skirt on and her ass popping out. You're sick. Where's a goat? They need one. The mirror's right here, I see one. My nigga don't know how to pay me back, so he said next hat he catches a free one. What kind of clip? Stendo. What kind of switch? Not Nintendo. Y'all hanging out with friends though. They hanging out the window. What's up with gang? We back. What's in my raps? It's facts. She said she missed me, all caps. Gotta ain't better than that. What's up with life? It's lit. But I know it get better than that. I know it get better than that. I know it get better than that. Manish on the beat, shebang. All of my ops, they dead. Why do they gas me up? Where does it go? My head. How much I got? A lot. Don't leave again, I won't. Thinking and trying me do like Bryson, pussy ass nigga. And don't. 40, what's up, shebang. All of my ops, they this. What am I now? Possess?
Hey, I'm gonna tell y'all a story right quick.
Secrets I know got you stressed. Will I take those to my death?
What's happening, Lala?
Just yet. Yeah. 40, what's up, shebang. All of my ops, they this. Please don't put me to the test. They trying to get back on the net. I'm trying to get back in the flesh. Yeah.
So one of my partners, right? This is when like this is my partner. We did some business together. We did some real estate transaction together. So I done made money with this dude. So this is my dog. And he was asking me, he was like, you know, what you be listening to? And Drake is such a taboo conversation amongst men. Me, I don't give a fuck. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna let you know what's up. I was like, you know, mostly Drake. I'm like, listen, my playlist be like Drake songs and then, you know, Drake and Lil Wayne and then everybody else in between, you know what I'm saying? And he was like, damn, man. He was like, I like Drake too, dog. I'm glad you said that. You know, most niggas wouldn't say that shit. And, you know, I just had a good laugh off that. But, you know, I just thought I'd tell y'all the little story about how taboo Drake is amongst, like, men. I don't give a fuck. I fuck with Drake music. I don't care about none of that shit. Alright, we're gonna get into this next video, y'all. I've been needing to set the vibe a little bit, you know what I mean? So let's just vibe for a second.
Pressing my line, I don't wanna pick up. We know enough will never be enough. I play hard to catch, she keep calling my bluff. Baby diving deeper and deeper. She don't believe me when I tell her that I need her. Guess I should've stayed where I belong. Cause once you make it back to your happy home, I'm alone. Every night alone. Why am I alone? I know that you want me to. Am I wrong? Tell me that I'm wrong. Tell me I deserve all the pain that you put me through. You don't ever bring me good news, babe. I just wanna be the one you choose, babe. Dream girl got me losing sleep. Baby, you remind me of my dream. Maybe I'd be better on the run. Double vision playing all week. This feels like a game of survival. Why am I dying for a title? Is it even worth the fight? When I just end up alone, every night alone. Why am I alone? I know that you want me to. Am I wrong? Tell me that I'm wrong. Tell me I deserve all the pain that you put me through. You don't ever bring me good news, babe. I just wanna be the one you choose, babe. You don't ever bring me good news, babe. I just wanna be the
Appreciate you, beloved MK, for the follow. Appreciate you.
Maybe I'd be better on the run. Double vision playing all week.
Alright, let's get back to it, y'all. We got 4 more videos. We halfway through the show, you heard me? I always do like a quick little commercial break where we vibe for a little bit. I just gotta set the vibe, you know what I mean? I like to give good reactions, you know, healthy ones, so I keep the vibe cool, and you heard me? But let's get to it. Nothing to it but to do it. All right, we got one from 8 at the table. I like reacting to them because it gives an opportunity to see perspectives. You know what I mean? And it's a conglomerate. It's not an echo chamber. It's different ideas and thoughts. You know what I mean? So I respect that. All right. Wait a minute. You sat on the panel trying to argue that a woman's past doesn't matter and that she should actively hide her body count just to get wifed up and married, until the host looks in and exposes that building a multi-year foundation on a deliberate lie is a ticking time bomb. You think you're executing a flawless con game, completely oblivious to the fact that a self-respecting man will instantly walk away from a liar the second a local dude pulls up and 5 years later and drops the real numbers. You crazy for that one. All right, let's get to it.
If I'm going to be considered, if I'm truthful about what my real body count is, I'm not really going to get nowhere. I could get wiped up and here you are talking about it ain't real.
If women do hold it down better than men when it comes to hiding their body count, it's because they feel like it lessens their value. And I'm going to tell y'all women, men will marry an honest woman before a lying woman. And so when it comes to men and why we look at women with high body counts as less valuable is because, one, we think about it as how many people do I have to share this girl with? You know what I'm saying? Like, if this is gonna be my wife, how many people am I really have I shared this girl with too? So if she has 100 body counts, a man might not be like, yo, I don't want to have this girl who had 100 other men. You know what I'm saying? Everybody has different thresholds. Another thing is gonna.
The reason why is because they know that they got to compete with that in her mind. You know what I mean? Like, there's gonna be some man, cause there's none of us are the perfect niggas. So it's something about those men that she gonna like more. You know what I mean? And you want your woman to be totally into you. You don't want to be competing with her past. You want her to be totally into you. And she might try and fake it like you not, but at the back of her mind, you always gonna be competing with her past.
And be like, if she has a high body count, why is she either weak-minded in the decision-making skills?
True.
Or is she just foolish? And that plays a long part with the person that you're dealing with. That's the same thing if I was a guy and I was selling drugs and I kept going back to jail. And you're like, well, why are you keep on making the same mistakes?
Mm-hmm.
Or are you just foolish? So like we look at that the same way for women who are just opening their legs for whomever it is.
It's usually
is it a
trauma.
double standard where a girl could just have sex and not care about a guy? Yeah, you know why it's a double standard? Because for majority, it's unrealistic. Majority of women are not just gonna have sex with a guy and forget about him tomorrow.
Right.
I feel like it's not fair to call a girl foolish for believing what a man tells her and having sex.
Yeah.
And
we're human, just like you.
It's an over and over process. If you have sex with one time, 2 times, 3 times,
but we're not dealing with the same person. So how do I know that this
game don't
person's gonna be on the same shit that this person was on?
The game don't
Who
change.
am I supposed to believe?
Okay,
or am I not supposed to believe anyone?
But this is the man's side though.
I'm gonna tell you like this, and I'm only gonna shoot her this bail because I understand. This is why, as a woman, you shouldn't be vetting men. Because the same way men don't understand women in their totality is the same way women don't understand men in their totality. Like, the nigga that you want, or you think you want, him performing for you, is because you don't understand good from bad. You just know what you like. But if you had, like, your father, or it would have to be, there's no friend that can do it. Any friend that you have is interested in you sexually. The only person that's going to be that is going to have a interest in helping you pick properly that you can totally trust will be your damn father. And they have to vet him for you. They got to see what that dude is about. Dude talk a cold ass game, but in reality, he ain't on shit, ain't gonna never be on shit, and another man is gonna be able to see that from a mile away.
if you have to think about that and you keep getting fooled, as a man, I don't want to deal with that, because when you walk out this door away from me, I don't know where your mind is going. You can get fooled with any fucking thing. If you keep getting fooled out your fucking pussy, they can take everything.
I agree.
That's
I
a
totally
fact.
agree with that.
That's a fact.
Yeah, I have some guy friends that know about my wholeness because like it's the boys and
Oh,
like I
shit.
can open up to them and they open up to me and I know about
Shit,
like the
hoe.
games that they play. But I think for me,
That's
like
crazy.
I be playing the game back. Like you think I like you, but I really don't. I'm just trying to get my
You losing though.
and keep playing the game back. Like you think I like you,
You
but I
losing.
really don't. I'm just trying
You
to get
losing.
my and keep it moving. And that is different than, yes, I agree. You shouldn't believe everything a man says to you. You should get, in touch with the game.
You can't play the game like men. You gonna lose. It don't work like that for you. You're was being pursued, so you can't act like the pursuer and still take the position of being pursued and then being conquered multiple times and then calling that playing the game back. That's not what's happening. At the end of the day, his value is still gonna go up, and he's still gonna be able to get married to a chick who gonna accept all that shit, and yours is not. You know what I mean? You're gonna have to deal with the skeletons in your closet. So you're not winning. I don't know why they think that that's winning. It's not. It's sad to see.
But not every woman is like that. Some women just want to be open and sexual, and that's okay. It's their body. If you don't want to be
they
with
like
them,
that
then
though.
don't. They'll be with someone.
But then don't lie about it.
Some
Yeah.
people some women actually enjoy
honest.
their sexuality. Like they enjoy, like having a good time just like men do. I'm not saying that that's okay. I'm
Nah,
not
that
saying
shit get
that's my
old, though.
story. What I'm saying is some women actually like to go out, have a good time and think, you know what, I'm in the moment, I'm feeling this, the situation or this person or whatever, and they just might want to have sex. Why is it such a big deal? Like,
Because that shit gets old. You're talking about it in the now, but after a while, you done been on you know what I'm saying? You done ran through your 20s and did all that shit. You ain't trying to be at the club no more. Motherfuckers start getting tired. You know what I'm saying? Want to go to bed early. They want to just have somebody that they could just go home to, chill and relax and watch Netflix after a while. You done did it all. So that shit gets old after a while. So you got to think about that in your prime. You know what I mean? You got to be like, damn, I know what I'm going to want. So let me prepare for that instead of like getting to that place and trying to rush and find it and never being able to find it. That shit gets old.
you know how you feel when you do it. So why is it such a big
But it's
big deal?
not, Jada, it's the continual, what we're talking about.
Like doing
it's
it
the continual
constantly.
process, as if either you don't know that they're gaming you, or if it's okay.
But what if you don't care about the game?
If it's truly okay, then why are we hiding it? That's all that I'm saying.
Yes.
If it's just truly, if we're gonna delve into it, if it's
Put the
truly
cards on the
okay,
table.
You don't have to not tell your friends.
But men are hiding it.
It don't know. This is not what we're talking about. Though. We're
Okay.
talking about body count and why women don't say. We already said men get off the hook because if we know Rico gets a lot of pussy, Rico walks out here, he's the motherfucking man.
Yeah.
If you get a lot of dick, we walk in, you walk out like, yo, this bitch is a hoe. You see what I'm saying?
Now, the reason why is because Rico, to be able to do some shit like that, gotta have something that the women want. He gotta be doing something that's so damn excellent to give him access to that, because on average, despite what these niggas is saying, they don't have that type of access to women. They take what they can get, and most of them ain't really getting shit for real. So if this guy walking around, he got, you know what I mean, boatloads of them, it's like, damn, you got the hottest thing on the market, because there's some type of value that you are adding to the sexual data market that most women want. Respect. But a woman, we already know you already in demand. We already know that you in demand. So your job is to preserve that for the one guy that's gonna give you everything you want. Everything you want.
Yeah, so boom. So no, to the majority. When I speak on this thing, I'm not speaking on my personal views. I don't have no problem with whores, just so y'all know. Okay?
But there you
Me
go.
neither.
I'm not biased. I'm not biased to
Do
whores
you?
or whatever we
You know what I'm
talking
saying?
about,
Live
that
your
we
life.
like Pastor Farmer. I'm cool with everybody, okay?
Live your life,
So we're just
shit.
talking about on the grand scheme of things of how men think. I have somebody, right? But when I didn't have somebody, this is how I would be looking at other women doing the same thing. Being that I've been in the music business for so long, I've seen all of these type of transitions of women dating other people's men and blah, and trying to hide the whole body count.
I don't think they're doing that as much anymore.
But you have to do it. I'm telling you, because as a man.
But you have people that are in the industry that literally hop from rapper to rapper to rapper, and they love it. It's like, oh, she gotta be that bitch because
Yeah,
her,
but it get
like
old.
she gotta be because, and then they continue to do certain things for her.
Where
I'm
do
not
they
saying
land?
that for everyone,
Where
but
do
I'm
they
just trying
land
to get
It's
a perspective.
It's a period of time. That's
Thank
fun.
you.
That's like you just tricking on a hoe. I got a pretty hoe with me
But they
instead of
act
paying
like they're
for.
literally wifing them and buying them this.
They're not.
They doing drugs. We on liquor. It's euphoria. We at the beach. We having great fucking time. We fucking menaging. Yeah, I'm gonna act like I like you if you would have paid attention
But
to
they're
when I
getting
was on last
married
time.
to some of these people. I'm not gonna name drop, but of course, obviously, people are getting married
I seen a
to
couple of
these
these
people.
hoes get married. I seen them. I know their names too. They don't last.
Okay.
It's only 2 or 3 of them. It's 3,000 hoes out there, and 3 is getting married. So you talking about 0.001%.
But do you think it's okay?
He's speaking facts.
But do you think it's
All right, check me out. If you want to keep breaking down these topics with the family, hit that Discord link. But if you want to see what happens when the main camera cuts off, the behind the scene real lifestyle access, you need to be on Kick. If you want to get to know me a little bit better, tap that Kick link. Let's get it.
think it's okay for them to lie about it? But do you think it's okay?
They're not wifing them.
But do you think it's okay for them to lie about it? Because there's a lot of hoes that are getting married that they just don't know that they're marrying a hoe.
It's not a lot of hoes
getting
getting
married. They just don't
married.
know it. If they're not being honest with you about their body count, then they're
but
not.
niggas is not that stupid.
That's our point.
Y'all talking about a lot of hoes and
whether you know or
whores.
not know. So it's
What is
important to
considered
hide
this
it.
hoe?
Yeah, what is a hoe?
Y'all keep saying hoes and whores.
You got a hot body. We're talking about body count. A body count is
So are you guys considering these hoes and whores the girls with the high body counts? Because I can tell you right there, that's why they don't say shit.
Right.
Because why? Okay.
Right, you like, and water's wet. Like, what the fuck we talking about?
No, yeah.
Yes,
because
they do.
If I'm gonna be considered a hoe, if I'm truthful about what my real body count is, I'm not really gonna get nowhere. I could get wiped up, and here you are talking about it ain't real. They gonna break up in 2 years. That's a hoe. He ain't really wipe her. They get married all the time.
If I'm marrying you, right? When I talk to you, if I know I've been a whore, which I was, and I told my wife, I told her every fucking day.
It's different from a man. These hoes don't understand that even if you do get wiped up, miraculously speaking, there's a presence about your hoe ass tendencies. Like, you do hoe shit. You think like a hoe. Your perspective is on some hoe shit. And men can see that a mile away, especially men who are competitive enough and creative enough and smart enough to add value, to gain value, so much value that you want him, right? So there's going to be things about your behavior that you can't ignore. One of the things is that you're going to be real fucking good in bed. Real fucking good. Hoes, they usually have, you know what I'm saying, after dealing with so many different two types of guys, they might have a stench. You know what I'm saying? You could just tell there will be signs. You know what I mean? You ain't gonna be able to, you can't hide every motherfucking thing. There's a reason why you ain't been wiped up yet. And the guy who does take that burden, he's gonna be willing to ignore that shit. And what's gonna end up happening is that your whole ass behavior is gonna kick back in, because that's what you've been practicing all your adult life, and you're gonna lose attraction from him, and you're gonna cheat on his stupid ass, as you should. That's what happens. That's why the body count matters. The only one that, and like Rico was saying a little earlier, the only one that may even have a remote shot is the one that's honest about it, because honesty is indicative of changed behavior, because you're not trying to pretend like it ain't what it is. She trying to sit here and snake her way into a relationship until it all goes bad, and then hope when it goes bad, the man is just going to be like, all right, well, fuck it. Nah, it don't work like that. He going to throw your ass back to the streets. He just had to learn a tough lesson.
Okay?
Hold on, I got to get a water break.
I've been a whore, which I was. I told my wife, I told her every fucking thing. Okay? There was no holding nothing back. The very first week she met me.
So you didn't take to the grave.
Yo, a nigga, no, I told my wife because I'm committing to her. I'm not telling my boys and all the rest of that type of shit.
Yeah,
Now,
you got to
niggas
keep
is
that
dead,
shit.
Cool, that's a whole nother topic. I told my wife, right?
For the
The
foundation.
very next week, a dude came in and said, yo, don't fuck with him. He turns bitches out. He does this. He spend money. He does all this wild shit. And she said, he told me. It was nothing a man could say from that point.
That's important.
So if you want to be real with your nigga, you would want to tell him, yo, my body count, I made mistakes, nigga. I went through a whole phase in 12th grade. I did this and I did that, because if you run into a motherfucker to leave, the last thing you want a man to do is be in love with you. And Rico says she's a fucking whore. It'll break your whole shit down.
It's gonna
And
break
all
his
you have
heart.
to do was tell him,
He gonna break his
put
heart.
your dick on that same line that you want him to put it on and say, like, yo, this is what I did. Take me or don't take me.
But I'm gonna tell you what their argument is, because they're so committed to outcome. They like, if I want my outcome, which is the most important thing to me, lying is the best way to get there, because I know that if I tell him this, more than likely he won't take me. But what they don't understand is that he ain't gonna take you no matter what, if that's what's gonna happen. But the best likelihood for you to get somebody to take you with that high ass body count is to just be honest about it, because that's the honesty is the best policy. But what I was about to say is, just to his point, him being honest with his wife, it sets a strong foundation for trust. Because when you getting married to somebody and y'all emerge in life, that trust shit is so fucking important, because y'all all each other got. Y'all is y'all against the goddamn world. So there has to be a level of honesty and complete trust that nothing is going to show up that I can't handle, or me being backstabbed or blindsided by somebody that I am married to. So it's important for him to lay that foundation. So I respect that. You gotta be like, if anything less than total and complete honesty, when you talking about trying to build a relationship with somebody, is automatically doomed to fail. You may delay the inevitable, but it's inevitably gonna fail. It just is. You can't. It's almost like building a house on a weak foundation. That trust is the initial foundation. It has to be strong and impenetrable.
We will respect that, but you will lose a couple of niggas behind it.
That's true. You will.
Situation.
Okay.
You will.
Say
You ain't
I
gonna.
told my partner I have 10 bodies.
I
Could
hate
be
that
the
word.
truth, could be a lie.
Whatever. No, you only have 2 bodies.
Some guy comes, tells them otherwise. Yo, this happened last month, blah, blah, blah. Maybe not last month. Let's say last year. I'm not a hoe.
I got you.
Last year, blah, blah, blah. I don't find no reason that my partner could come back to me and be like, so you didn't tell me about this? Because I told you I had 10 bodies. Now, did I give you a story for every single one?
No, I'm not.
No, it's not like that.
But
That's not what he's saying.
Yeah, it matters because if you got train ran
with 3 niggas, exactly.
That's different. That's different. That's different.
But that occurs within girls' first 3 touch. Shit happens when they go
But
away.
this is the problem, and this is what we're trying to say, right? Like, you know why or how it couldn't have been a problem is if you told him before y'all started dating.
Be straightforward.
Listen, I
Yeah,
had
all
10
that shit.
bodies, 2 of them was in the same time.
Yeah, but
And you
But
give
you
him.
worried about. he
no.
gonna leave
First
you.
of all, I would
That's
never
right.
ever let 2 guys hit it at the same time. I think that is not okay. But if you are a woman that
No judgment zone, by the way.
I'm sorry, for me,
Yeah.
the way I roll. But if I do have friends that are into that and they're with people who like to hook up with other people at the same time. So they found their match. They found someone who matched them on that sexual level.
You know how they did that?
They had to be honest about it.
Speak about
But so let me just say, since
They had to be honest.
Since you guys, wanted to come
be
for me
surprised.
earlier, I told my boyfriend I had a whole phase at the age of 18 and 19. He told me he also had his whole phase when he
It's
did
not
it.
the same.
We don't need to get into detail about it, but I must say, I come from, a smaller town. He's from Queens. So
Okay.
I think it's different where if you guys grew up in the same town or in the same place and you guys still hang out with your friends from high school and
She gotta leave.
she's lying on her body count and you guys are at a party and she had sex with like 3, 4, 5 different guys in the room and
shit.
she never said anything, then I think that's disrespectful because I will never bring my man now in a room with
guys that I know would be there that I hooked up with because I don't even want to put myself in that situation. So
Can I
Go ahead.
I just wanted to say something before I lost it. And this is no judgment to you, by the way.
Okay,
I swear.
wouldn't even be
But
offended.
back in the day, we had a rule. We never trust out-of-town girls. Because out-of-town girls
They running from
will be
something.
doing crazy shit in their town, and
They
then
running.
they try to come into our town wholesome.
I agree.
And we used to be like, and we all, as a young man, we all bit the bait and say, yo, I got her. She's from such and such. Until you meet such and such from such and such.
And they be like, she was going to town.
Exactly. So like, but like, but I've seen, what happened?
She said, where's the small town that you're from, by the way?
No, but I don't think that would be the case with me. But I'm just saying, like, you have to. Out of town, I definitely understand because that's how we would feel when we were at high school parties and a guy would bring, an out of town girl. We would be like, that girl's definitely a hoe. And then we would find out that she is. But you're grown, like, you're grown. Like, time has, like, the same way that I hooked up with someone when I was 18, 19 years old is not even the same way that, like, I probably wouldn't even hook up with you at this point in my life. So it's like, why are you going to be worried about?
But it's not about that. What it is like, it's more so like for a man, we just want to know what we have. Like, just respect that. And my thing is, I don't like, is like when I try to tell, like, all us men try to tell women what we're looking for, and y'all try to debate with us on what we looking for. All we want is for you to be honest. If you had a whole face at 18 or 19 and we're 25, fuck that 18, 19-year-old shit.
Exactly.
We're good.
But leave it up to me to make the decision. Don't con me or lie or front about
Try
this
to make the
whole
decision.
body count, knowing you already coming into the relationship lying.
Yeah, but I think
if you're gonna lie about
I
it, let's
agree.
not talk about
Yeah.
it. If you with a man and you're talking about let's not go there.
We gotta talk about it, bro. Because
What? But what are you gonna talk about it for? Let me ask you a question. What are you gonna bring it up for if all three of them just said they're gonna lie?
Nah,
What's the purpose? Excuse me.
I'm talking about my ladies because I know this is.
My bad.
This is
I should've put you in there.
give a fuck. You know what girls do, but I ain't lying. I ain't got
Do you
nothing to
think
lie
girls
about.
lie about their body count though on some real shit?
Yeah.
How come? I'm gonna tell you like this: on every panel, every video I've seen, all women say the same thing. Yes, girls lie about their body count, but it's not us. And I mean 100%. It's always 100% they say that girls lie about their body count, and 100% of them are never that girl. Ever. That ain't even probable. I'm just saying.
Okay then, so my question to Rico is,
Now they gonna be hoes and whores.
Yeah, exactly.
so why are you asking, Rico?
The way I would ask, because I don't ask for body count, I ask a very specific question.
What's that?
It's 2 parts. Did you have a whole phase, and did it consist of any threesomes with 2 males?
No and no is what she gonna
No,
say.
no. And
Then
it
we're
could
cool.
be true.
And she's lying.
And it's true.
If she's lying.
If she's lying,
there's a problem.
I'm giving an example.
Most of them lie, right?
If he was
How he's made to be the
talking.
bully on set. Because why does it always have to be some negative connotation?
Yeah, like she's lying.
Like with a female.
Y'all
Why does
just
he have to
said
be
that.
lying?
Y'all just said that most women lie about their body count. So what are you talking about? That you just admitted to that. This is crazy.
Giving
About
him the
having a tool. Because you know that is very rare.
I'm just giving him the alternative because he thinks that they're telling the truth. So I'm saying, why are you asking that they have the ability to lie, boss lady?
I'm getting too high.
That's how they get married.
So,
Lie.
So to answer your question, it's not about me asking, right, to get the truth.
Okay.
It's me giving you an opportunity to tell me the truth.
But how do you know what the truth is? You're just gonna gauge it.
No, what I'm saying is that I'll log it in my mental book, and then 5 years down the line, be like, hey, bro, we ran train on the girl back in the day. In my mind, this bitch lied to me. I gave her an opportunity to tell me about it, and she didn't tell me about it. If I never find out about it, then it's cool.
But did you just have the best 5 years of your life with her, or no?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. See, and this is the thing about women. They don't understand if you want to have a valuable relationship, something that is substantial and can test that can stand the test of time, you can't build the foundation on a fucking lie. all that does is says that if you're gonna lie about this shit, even though we had a good time and it felt great for 5 years, you will lie about some other shit. So you can't be trusted. And that's where they stop at. They don't understand, like, you can't lie your way into a situation and think that it's going to be substantial. Your best bet is just to always remain honest. You're going to have a lot of motherfuckers that's going to say, hell no, no thank you. But the one motherfucker that accepts it, y'all can really actually build some shit. And that's the thing that matters. It's not about quality. It's about quality, not quantity.
I don't give a fuck how many years I had with her. Like, it's over.
When
It's
do you
game
ask her
over.
this question?
Game over.
Of the dating
That's
stage,
game
you
over.
Ask her, hey, did two guys
That's
like,
game over.
I decide that I really like her.
Wait,
Yeah, you taking her serious.
Okay, but then that's a selfish decision, because what if then you ask her and she's like, I did, because she likes you too and she wants to be honest with you, and then
Wait, time out. First of all, I'm not naive. I'm the point guard in the game. Right, so I'm saying that to say I got you. Landis playing real quick.
Go ahead, let it play because I got your ass.
All right, so I'm not naive in this game. You know what I'm saying? I know what I'm doing. So when I decide that I like you, it's because I know you already decided that you really like me. You know what I'm saying? So once I know that, then I'm like, all right, cool. Then I give you a chance to start really opening up.
And she says yes, she did.
All right, so then that is up to me. If I really like her, then I'm like, all
But
right,
what
cool,
you gonna say though? That's
forward.
what she wanna know.
If I don't like her that much.
No, you're not.
So when you beat this perfect girl that's not gonna lie to you, are you gonna tell her?
Wait, time out. Why are we talking about perfect?
Are you gonna, when you meet this girl
what's-
that doesn't tell you any lies and is gonna tell you how much her
What's
body
wrong
count is,
with
are you gonna
that?
tell her that you've been loving eating pussy and fucking raw bitches?
Yes,
for the past
it's
since you were
on.
two?
It's already. Oh, first of all, let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. First and foremost,
You've been fucking and fucking and
yeah,
fucking.
I've been
raw.
fucking raw.
You just exposed them, like
Body
what?
beautiful, the liquor asshole. Yep.
Look,
you gonna
I'm
tell her
a
all that shit?
nasty
If
motherfucker.
she judges you, what if you really want this girl? If she judges you and says, I don't want to fuck with you, how you gonna feel?
Exactly.
I don't
You
care.
gotta respect her mind.
She'll be cool with everything.
You gotta respect
I'm
her.
gonna say, like, let me go for a second. Let me answer your question. Right?
She'll be cool with
I'm
everything.
100% honest with every female that I ever really, really fucked. You know what I'm saying? Like,
As
if
you
I
should.
fuck you on someone night standing, I don't really owe you no honesty. But like, I'm talking about, like, if I'm fucking with you and we're trying to build somewhere, and she asked me, first of all, girls already know not to ask me what's my body count. The first thing I'm gonna tell is I don't know, and I don't think you want to have that conversation. And then that should allow her to understand.
So in
okay,
conclusion,
real.
it's okay for guys to be hoes and it's not okay for women to be that.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Yes.
very good.
Absolutely. Before he start trying to cop, please, absolutely. Yes. Those are one of those things that is that what's that? The double standard. Women get a double standard in certain aspects of their life because they're women, and men get double standards in certain aspects of their life because they're men. In order to even be able to accomplish that, you have to be somebody. You know what I mean? It ain't these regular average ass niggas that, you know, go to work and shit like that and game all day out here have access to all kinds of women. Most women, especially when the females are liberated and can pick to have sex with who they want, they all want the same type of guy. But in order to be that guy, you have to work your way up. It ain't just like God's gift that you're going to be that guy. You got to be able to put the work in, have the dedication, the sacrifice, the grinding to be that guy. Women, they just got to be women. You know what I mean? To attract male attention is like, it's nothing. A woman goes in the bar and says she wants to sleep with somebody tonight. She going to have 5 men petitioning. You flip that around, no matter how good the guy looks, you know what I mean? He gonna look like a creep. That's the fact of the matter. So I wish they quit equating that.
We're talking about how it is a double standard.
And that was your segment of 8 at the table.
So guys, to wrap up today's topic, I feel like females, we hold it down and we take bodies to the grave better than men.
Yeah.
Period.
That's only because it lessens your value.
And it's only because they think that because they're women themselves.
I despise this absolutely word, but what I'm gonna say is, if women do hold it down better than men when it comes to hiding their body count, it's because they feel like it lessens their value. And I'm gonna tell y'all women, men will marry an honest woman before a lying woman.
Told me about.
Hold on. Nah, he's right. they want to try and be able to create an outcome, and they can't do that. They can't. There's no way for you to create your own outcome. You have to sit there and you have to accept your outcome from your choices. And the sooner women are more accepting of that, they'll have better outcomes. What she said about women holding their body count down, that's because there's a value to them holding it down. They need it to be held down, because if they don't, it cheapens them. And intrinsically, they know that without trying to specifically say that, which is a problem. If you made it this far, check out the video we just did. She destroys her marriage of 22 years and instantly regrets it. Women hitting the wall. Yeah, this one, she was super accountable. I ain't gonna lie. Like, I thought that this was different. I didn't really want to come down too hard on her, because she was having an accountability conversation. And it wasn't like, she wasn't being realistic about her selfish nature and selfish tendencies. It just seems that she lost attraction to her husband, and that's what caused her to operate in such a selfish way, which is understandable, But not really, she just shattered her whole relationship. Okay. She not playing the part right. She is a goofy. You're smart. All right, good shit, bro. Appreciate you, big dog. Shout out to you, King. Just subscribe. Appreciate you, bro. For real. I hate the word partner too, man. I hate that shit, bro. I hate that shit. Men can't be hoes. All facts. We are the hoe makers. That's right. Yeah. There's no way to go around it. The double standard exists for a reason. You know what I mean? If you want men to continue to pursue, then you have to preserve yourself. That's how it works. You want them to ask you for marriage. You want them to plan the date. You want them to, catch your clues and your hints and all that other shit. Then you have to preserve yourself. That's the other side of the social contract. You can't be out here all willy-nilly and doing what you want and thinking that you act like a man and then still turn around and retain a man that you want. That's why we having this body count conversation, and she talking about some women hold it down better. Like, that's something to be proud of, that you hold down lying about your body count. That don't make no damn sense. All right, we're going to keep this thing rocking and rolling. Wait a minute. You spent hours putting on a complete farce of makeup only to drop a heavy digital filter right on top of it before uploading to social media, until a panel locks in and exposes that you're running a massive camouflage playbook because you're deeply insecure with your real face. You out here letting thirsty comments from guys who just want a temporary experience convince you that you're in the upper echelon, completely blind to the fact that you're average at best and playing a temporary con game. You crazy for that one. Let's see what this is about. Oh, let me get some water first. God damn. Oh, shit.
If I'm going to be considered...
Told me about initially. So I said, yeah, I gotta at least play the clip,
When you gotta put on makeup and then take a picture with a filter on top of your makeup, you ugly, baby. Okay? When you put on makeup to go to the gym, you're ugly. You don't even want to see yourself for real. So you so insecure with yourself and you want to blame me because I call you ugly. You think you ugly. You just don't want to admit it. A woman is a foe. If a woman is a foe and she's at home and all she got 60 friends that tell her, girl, you fine. She gonna have confidence. But let her go outside and every man say, no, baby, you a foe. That'll humble her motherfucking ass. That's what I mean by women need to know how to talk to men. Because when you talk to me, you gonna get what you gave. Okay? When you stay a nice, sweet, submissive lady and you talk to me, I'm gonna treat you precious like a flower. If you never had a man or a father in your life, you wouldn't know how to deal with a real man. Because let me tell you how real men do. Real men establish law and order. Okay? This is what real men do. If I choose a woman who I'm willing to provide, protect, and even die for, you think I'm not gonna give you no rules? Let's be honest.
Everyone wants to know, what are the rules that Jamal has?
Watch how you talk to me and be.
All right, before we get to the rules,
that boy's cooking.
The ugly with a filter.
So look, that's OG Moor right there. I reacted to another one that they did with OG Moor. I think it was a part of this live, but it was a clip. And he was breaking some shit down. Just to give you a little backstory, I think he got like 5 or 15 baby mamas. He got a lot of baby mamas. But all his children are productive members of society. And so in the last one he did, he was just being accountable. Because, you know, you look at a dude with all them baby mamas, automatic Pookie label. But what he did was he was very transparent about his upbringing, similar to mine. When you come up under, you know, a woman, under, you know, women and that type of thing. But as a man who's in that environment and don't succumb to their mother's line of reasoning, you begin to understand women on a deeper level, but in a more like, I don't know, upper echelon sort of like manner. Like you don't play the low man, you know how to play the high man because you understand female logic better than most niggas would. And it's evident because he got buku baby mamas, so he knew how to play the game and be able to get what he really wanted, but he learned from that. And I'm only saying that just to give y'all a perspective so that y'all understand where his line of logic comes from and what credits his ability, because most men do not understand female nature, females reasoning. And there's a beautiful side to it, but there's also a very dark side to it, but all of it is all good. You know, same thing with men.
Is that shit either some of the most profound shit I heard or the most diabolical shit I heard?
That shit was profound.
Can you break that or the most diabolical shit I heard?
That shit was profound.
Can you break that shit down?
That shit was profound.
She got makeup on and to me, let me say something to you, right? This ain't Zelda, you know what I mean? All right, we all, you feel me?
Go ahead.
I'm just saying, beloved. You know what I mean? You know I love you. You feel me?
Boy, they would, boy. They chomping at the bit, boy.
Right?
They chomping at the bit.
Damn, I'm arguing with Tamia. I done forgot. Go ahead, Tamia.
No, you wanted Jamal to talk.
Nah, right? I forgot what I was gonna say now. Go ahead. Talk.
You were talking about the filter and the makeup. You said it was crazy having to put the filter.
Yeah, you were saying you was on that, but
They chomping at the bit.
I'm not gonna lie. I agree with him to a certain extent, only because I'm a filter girl, right? But I think when you don't have a choice but to put the filter on, then that's when it becomes a problem. That means you're ugly, right? But naturally, without makeup, without filter, without weave, without lashes, all of that, I'm still beautiful. You get what I'm saying? But I still choose to put on all of that. So I think that's only some women that falls into that category that he's speaking about.
Y'all must see the reel that I put out today when I explained it. Y'all didn't see that?
No.
Okay, I'm gonna give you some gems real fast, right? This is the problem. Okay, it's not really so much about the makeup. It's who you think the makeup and the filters make you think you are.
Yes,
that's the problem.
Okay. They develop a certain attitude, like they really that bitch, but it's like, shorty, that's just on Instagram. So when you go in the real world and still have that same maintained attitude, and you don't drop back down to your normal level, that's the problem.
Right. So
You
what I
leave the
basically
delusion.
broke down is this. I said that there are women who are
I
naturally
told you.
beautiful without nothing on. And what y'all do is y'all get on this motherfucker and you say exactly what you just said. I'm pretty, so I don't have to do it, but I do it. So now what you're doing is giving the ones that's not you the confidence to do this shit and feel like they're on the same playing field as a woman that don't need makeup. So
Right.
it's not that you wear makeup, it's the fact that now you think you are in this upper echelon because you're covered up. No, you're not, because there's no way you can put yourself, if you have to change yourself to compete with a woman that doesn't have to do anything, that should automatically let you know y'all on two different playing fields. And that's all I'm trying to say. The women that are not attractive without it, they put this shit on like a cape, like they coming out the motherfucking phone booth like Superman. All these bitches think they Clark Kent. They come out with the cape on, and now it's, oh my God, everybody dropped dead for me. I can stand next to the best of them. No, the fuck you can't, baby. You know.
Yeah,
You're average.
So I call it I'm every woman's disease, right? Black women have that shit like the plague. So like you said, the 49ers, that's what the white boys call it, right? So for whatever reason, because women aren't honest with other women, if she fat, ooh girl, you thick. If she ugly, ooh girl, you cute. If she can't dress, ooh girl, you whatever they all say it. Women just constantly lie to each other. So women's constant lying to each other, and then women lying to themselves by validating niggas being willing to put dick in them, right? That's two of the major issues and problems why we have this overinflated beauty that these women think they have. Majority of these women are fucking, bro, average at best, for real. R.I.P. Kevin Samuels. All right.
Y'all gotta think for a second. Average is like you gotta. Everything has an average. You can't beat not having an average. Not everything is. When you have a spectrum of something, namely looks, right? There is going to be an average. And to be average, most men like average women. Most men are super attracted to the average woman. But a lot of these women have this super inflated ego that they're above average. Even the ones that's below average, they be thinking they average. That's what's fucking things up.
A lot of these hoes ugly. We start really, again, when you really start doing this shit, it's just that niggas will fuck way more shit than women will fuck shit as men.
Yes.
So being the fact of the matter that niggas are like, look, what you say, him? Hey, you saw it was a pussy on a light pole and niggas was been out there all day.
Yep.
Right? Niggas put them, niggas pretty much put their dick in any and everything. Women use that as an excuse to validate themselves and niggas, I can get any man I want. No, shawty, you can get any nigga to give you some dick.
Yes.
But no niggas really gonna take you serious outside of sex. So when you have that understanding of it, this is why, man, and shout out to him, bro. I humble these ugly ass hoes, bro. You simp niggas, I hate y'all. Y'all lying to these ugly hoes. Ooh, girl, you so beautiful. Ooh, girl, you so. No, nigga, stop lying to her. She looked like TD Jakes and goddamn Flavor Flav had a kid.
But you know what though, bro?
Check me out. If you want to keep breaking down these topics with the family, hit that Discord link below. But if you want to see what happens when the main camera's cut off, the behind the scenes, real lifestyle access, you need to be on Kick. If you want to get to know me just a little bit, tiny little bit better, tap that Kick link. Let's get it. Oh shit, hold up.
I'm gonna keep it 100 with you.
Flav had a kid.
But you know what though, bro? I'm gonna keep it 100 with you. It's like a catch-22 either way, because I'm gonna just be honest with you. Women like to get lied to. I don't give a fuck what they say.
That's a
and
fact.
The reason why I say women like to get lied to is because they like to hear what they want to hear, which is usually some dumb shit. And so by men being hunters, you cannot tell a hunter how to catch the prey. If I got to lie to this bitch the fuck of the night, I'm gonna lie to her. My problem is this. This is
He being real.
This is
That's
my
just
problem.
so facts.
Right? My problem is the fact that women don't live in reality. So say like this, you made a good statement. Men will stick their dick in anything, right? But the women get delusional when men do this kind of shit. And I'm gonna give you an example. Just say, who's famous?
I'm gonna break down what he about to say. Women confuse sexual access to marital access. It's two different type of niggas, so you gotta understand. And I'm gonna tell you like this, just like him, just like OG Mo, I love women. That's why I'm trying to give y'all the fucking game so that you can make better choices and not have to deal with bullshit. But you gotta get out of your own way. And so what he's trying to do is he's breaking it down, but a lot of women don't want to hear that shit. They want you to keep telling them the lies that everything is all right when it's not. There's a difference between sexual access and relationship access. You have to be able to differentiate if a guy is putting you in the fun column just for sex or if he's putting you in the relationship column. But a lot of times what happens is that women try and shoot above their weight class and make that guy turn into a relationship guy, when in reality the guy that you want to be in a relationship with is at a standard that is more relaxed. You would have to relax your standard to find him and still desire him the same way that you desire the guy that's above you, but that's a hard ask.
An American tradesman donated $19.99 through Super Chat. Greetings. The worst thing you can do to a man is meet him when you are fly with the hair and makeup and then allow him to see you without all of that. It's different.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Mars. Done.
Okay, so what I was saying was women live in a delusional factor by thirsty ass niggas. So the example I'm gonna use is this. Just say Moneybag Yo, I'll use him. He come to town, he wants some pussy, he see a little chick that's an average thing, but he is convenient, he took the shot, he gave us whatever, right? In her mind, now all
she a Moneybag Yo ass bitch.
It's motherfucking Moneybag Yo's.
Yes. Yep.
See what I'm saying?
Yes.
So men don't live, we don't live like this. So say if I went outside and I found J-Lo, I cracked J-Lo for the night.
You know that's just a one time.
You
got lucky.
Deserve is J-Lo's. I'm gonna just say I
nigga
got
caught
lucky
one
that night.
Nigga caught one.
That's it.
Yeah,
You
nigga
see what I'm
caught
saying?
one.
It's not gonna big my head up to say, oh, y'all bitches beneath me because I hit J-Lo. We don't do that shit.
At all.
But women do. And this is where the delusion come in at. Like real talk. They think once they get a nigga that got a bag, everybody up under him is beneath them.
That's game.
Is that true? Ladies?
I agree. No, I agree. I don't got no argument. I don't got no argument with that. I don't think that women know the difference between a man that want to experience them and actually a man that wants them. So I definitely agree.
There you go,
Like,
Tamir.
yeah, niggas want to experience you, but all these niggas don't want you. You don't have as many options as you think you have, for sure.
That's real.
You said they don't know the difference, or they do know the difference?
No, they don't know the difference. A lot of women think that because they have options, they have a lot of niggas in a DM or niggas shoot they shot at them daily, whether it's in person or on social media. They think that I have all these niggas that want me. No, they want to experience you. So yeah, a lot of women don't know the difference, and that's how a lot of bitches get tricked, for sure.
That's right. Nigga try to give you game.
This trick, dupe, bamboozle trope. I think women know exactly what it is, but they play coy.
Yeah, they lie to themselves for the man that they like. A man, and sometimes men lie like OG
Sometimes
Moor was saying.
I'm about to time you out. This sometimes shit. Come on, beloved.
I'm sorry for saying sometimes. Okay, so majority of women lie to themselves.
Y'all gotta respect that, because he makes anybody who uses and hides behind the sometimes word have to take a position. Is it more or is it less? You gotta pick one.
For the man that they like, right? Like OG Moor was saying, he said that, shit, I forgot what I was finna say. Fuck, I forgot what I was finna say.
I'll add to that, because I think we be lying to ourselves, because it's like you
you want something, right? You can see that this man, and he'll even tell you something, a lot of times, most of the time, you'll know what it is, but still go down this path like, oh, I can change him. I'm delusional enough to think that he's
That's what I
going to
said.
change for me.
Right.
That's delusion.
They want to
women
change
do.
that nigga.
You know what I think it is? I think it's the dopamine in y'all that drives y'all crazy. Because I made a reel about this shit that went viral when I talked about how a woman will walk in a club with a man that fucked the whole club.
Yeah.
She'll hold her head high because he wifed her.
Yep.
She'll look at them bitches like y'all bitches got fucked. I got wifed. I got the ring.
Yep.
Niggas
Stupid
don't move
bitches.
like that. If the whole club fuck my girl, I feel sour. That shit over with. I'm getting up out of there. Like,
Yeah.
this
It's the
that
double
shit is
standard.
wrong. And I think it's just the thrill of having something that everybody wants. That's why I always tell men, pop your shit. Like women will get a man that's popping his shit and dull his ass down to the nigga she don't even want. Once he get to getting good and sticking around her and doing the right thing, your ass get boring. Nigga, she liked you because you was popping. You got to keep popping. Like
he right. He fucking right. That the last video I did where the chick, she was being accountable. She was like, I've been accountable. She did everything. The only thing she didn't say was she wasn't accountable enough to say that she cheated on him, which degraded their marriage. But she left her marriage after like 20 something years because she just wasn't happy. And it's because they'll get bored. Like you gotta keep that fling going, that thing going with them, because women do get bored. And it's just a natural occurrence of, just being with a woman. So you gonna have to have some level of edge to you that stimulates her if you want the relationship to last. You gotta I always say you gotta keep earning your woman, in a sense where if you being competitive and you on your shit, you that guy, and she sees that's gonna keep her, that's gonna keep her tame. Her knowing that you can get other bitches keeps her tame. That's real shit.
For real. Niggas get comfortable,
real
start
talk.
getting dad bods and shit, fat
Yeah.
and shit.
You gotta keep
routines. She even
competing.
know how
They
you
get
gonna
too
hit.
comfortable.
Yeah, you even hit it
Yeah.
the same way. That's why the niggas, man, I've been a side nigga for 6 years. I know how this shit go. She
Man,
time
this
yo.
nigga.
She know he gonna hit it this way for 2 minutes. He gonna turn me over, hit it that way. Then we gonna do this. He gonna bust. You be too predictable because you've been doing this shit for nigga 5-6 years. You come home at the same time, go out the same time, do this shit same way every day. That shit is boring to females, bro. Like niggas don't even be wanting to slut their girls out because they love them. They care for them. They don't want to treat their women like slut. She wants to be a hoe, bro. You got to slut her out, bro. You can't be. I'm trying to tell you, man. You can't. I know men like this. I used to be one. Like you look at your girl, you don't want to treat your girl like a slut because you care about her. But you got to do it, dog. That's
hey, she better get this motherfucking protein shake every time, baby.
I respect it.
No, I get it. Some of us do
I
it, but I'm
respect
saying
it.
for the majority of men, they don't do it, bro.
No, you're right. No,
you got to keep
definitely
this shit
right, bro.
spicy.
Again,
You right.
Hey, shout out to Moor, bro. Again, you gotta please that pussy, bro. Again, bro.
Yeah, you gotta keep that shit
You are
going.
never going to get the best out of a woman, bro, if she's not sexually satisfied. I'm telling, it's not gonna work. Black women especially. Black women, do if you not motherfucking laying that shit down in the bedroom, bro, it's definitely a nigga that is. Just know that.
Yeah, you got to be exciting. Women, they got dopamine. You got to try new shit. They like new shit. New shit turn them on. See, new shit make us feel insecure. We be like, bitch, who you did that with? When she bought, that's why women they be hesitant to do shit. Because a nigga be so in love and so motherfucking stupid, he get insecure when the bitch try to try something new with him. Where you get you must have did that on another nigga. No, nigga, she trying to please your goof ass. Like, you feel me?
That's why you gotta respect his opinion, because he's helping translate to men a lot of what they don't understand. There's not many men that's able, because I'm gonna tell you, you learn it in the school of thought with your mama, but you can't allow her her purview to overtake your masculinity. It's hard to leave your mama house and keep your masculinity intact. That's like most men can't do that come from single mama homes. They falter. That's why you see them as, mama's boys, you know what I'm saying? That type of shit. That's why you see a lot of that, where they not masculine, they can't make decisions and shit like that. A lot of them motherfuckers have been overtaken by their mama. They mindset, they mama mindset. They done lost all masculinity. But he able to sit there and translate it. That's all he's saying is pure facts. That's if you got a good one though. You know what I'm saying?
Straight up, bro. I'm trying to.
He
I
keeping it
hear the
real.
stories, bro. I done heard them all. These niggas out here, man.
I think that a lot of women not true to themselves. I think a lot of women would settle for a man that don't sexually please them. A lot of just to say that they have a man, right? But they know that they're not happy in their relationship. I agree with you guys on that. Women, if you aren't sexually pleased in your relationship, you aren't truly happy. And I think it plays a big part of a woman living in her femininity, being submissive, all of that. Like, if you're not sexually pleasing me, a lot of women feel like you can't even sexually please me. Like, what am I listening to you for? Like, you
So
not
let
hitting
me
those.
ask you this then. Like, I'm pretty sure y'all was sexually active before you decided to be with that person. Why do y'all get in relationships with people knowing that it's trash and you just trying shit, knowing you ain't gonna be happy? Why do y'all do that?
So me personally, I say true to myself. I know that is a deal breaker for me. So I'm never going to commit to a man. I'm never going to get in a commitment with a man that does not sexually please me. Like me personally,
So
I
why do
can't
you think
answer
women
that
do
for
that?
other women. I think women does that out of just wanting a man, out of wanting to be desired. You get what I'm saying? Wanting to be able to say that they have a man. Like a lot of women will lie to themselves.
You don't think it's for comfortability?
Yeah,
Security.
That's what
Comfortability.
Security.
Like it's a man that's accepted them for.
Yeah, no,
You
to
get
me,
what I'm
that's
saying?
what you were
It's-
saying. They just they
security.
gave you the one word. That's what you was clarifying.
Comfortability.
Security, comfortability, and then like if it's outside pressures and stuff, family. Y'all be listening again. Y'all stop listening to your homegirl. Stop listening to like the women in your life. That's another problem. They give y'all the worst fucking advice.
Dog shit
y'all,
advice.
Y'all, oh, you know this and that, and la la la. Women have the worst advice when it comes to
dog
suggesting men for women.
I think this makes sense. Sean, what you think? Alicia, what you think? In terms of you want to be fulfilled in as many ways as possible, right? I don't think. Y'all correct me if I'm wrong. I don't think overwhelming majority of people are saying I'm gonna check off everything on this bullshit list I got, right? But there's a few things that are non-negotiable. Being unsatisfied sexually don't make no sense to deal with for forever, right?
For life, nigga. For life.
That's why I say that.
Oh man. I disagree with their premise on that being unless the nigga got like a small willy and he really just can't do nothing. Even still, maybe you could think of some other shit to that y'all can fucking try make that nigga put a strap on us. I don't fucking know, but I think that you can work on that. You know what I'm saying? You can build intimacy. I think that that's one of the things that for you to consider that to be a non-starter or a non-negotiable, that may be if you're looking for if this dude checks off most of your lists, you can build intimacy. You can work on it. You know what I'm saying? There's things that people just don't know, but if they especially if they're open to it, he'd have to be open to it, but I think that they put too much on trying to find excuses on why a relationship shouldn't work, and that one is a dumb reason, in my opinion. Not saying that having intimacy isn't important. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that if you love that person, you should be willing to put the work in with that person before you just throw them away because they're not sexually pleasing you. A woman be like, hey baby, I didn't found us a class that, talks about intimacy and how to build it up. And cause I think we lacking in that. Let's go learn, If you made it this far, check out the video we just did. 8 at the table. Would you still marry her? Does her past really matter in a relationship? Abso-fucking-lutely. I think that it was evident because you had women on there trying to argue that the past don't matter while simultaneously say that they will lie about the past to protect their past. You know what I mean? So it's like, that it matters. We all know that it matters in relationships, and there's tendencies that go along with that. So it is what it is. All right, let me check out the comments. TikTok, y'all booming today. Said, nah, men just lie, LOL. Where are these, I think he said where are these hunters? Hunters meaning like, and I know you probably like, I know this shit getting cold right now, but what is the men that, with men, you don't expect to ask a man's hand in marriage. He's supposed to come to you. So there's a level of something that you should do to attract the man that you want by knowing what it is that he wants. You know, like if you want a man that is a competitive man, then you should find out what that competitive man wants in a woman and work on becoming that, because in order for him to be what it is that you want, he had to know what it is that you wanted, which is a competitive man, and became that. But you got to do the same thing. There's an exchange that has to be had. We will be a little delulu sometimes. Yeah, that's facts. Or men could be better people so women can pick better men. I think that there are great men out there. You can't say that men are all universally bad. It's just the men that are around you that are bad, because there may be something about you that's attracting those terrible men. It don't work like that. These are double standards in certain areas. Y'all, I don't know what you mean by that. Y'all don't live in reality. Yeah, some of them don't. Shout out to Melissa True, for sure. Let's keep this thing going. Hold on. Alright. Lola cracking up, you heard me? Hey man, appreciate you, big dog. Salute, you heard me? Yeah, man. Alright, we got one more. One more. And then I'm out this thing. For real. I done been here long enough. Hold on, no we don't. I'm tripping. We got two
Told
more.
me
I'm tripping. We got two more. I thought we had one more because that Dr. Moran, that Dr. Orion pulled up. What the fuck it did that? Hold on, let me see something. It must have been how the original one was. Alright, we got two more. Alrighty. Let me know if y'all like these videos too, because I'm open to any suggestions. Y'all can hit me up. You'll have to hit me on YouTube. I know that YouTube got a YouTube DM. You DM me a video you want me to react to, something you see, something you want me to investigate, get my opinion on. Send it to my DM on YouTube, and I would definitely put it in the playlist. I keep a playlist for every episode we do. This is episode 91, I think. Yeah, 91. So you send it to my DM, I put it in episode 92, and I react to that, What y'all thoughts, ideas, anything that you might see that might contradict something that I'm saying. To shit, to prove one of your points. Because I'm definitely open to hear that. Alright. Hold on, let me drink some water before I forget. Wait a minute. You set out here on a live stream panel trying to argue that holding women accountable for high sexual mileage is just a productive misogynistic society. Until the host looks in and exposes that you've quite literally sucked more. I can't say that. I'm going to bleep it out, so I'm going to just not say it. Y'all know what I'm trying to say. Than you've ever made sandwiches or cooked meals for a man. You out here demanding premium marital rewards while trying to hide your past in total silence, only to get completely intellectually broken the second they ask if you want your own son marrying a woman with your exact record. You crazy for that one. Hold on, says some themes. Hey man, y'all just keep reporting, man. That's all you can do on TikTok. I'm sorry. All right, let's get it.
we are in a misogynistic society that already has it framed to what you said, which is that it supports men being able to screw how many women they want, and they get supported by it. But it shuns women who do not.
This is what happens when we just we hold people and just let them say whatever they want to on the internet. Again, not one woman up here is willing to put their body count in the chat. Even the ones, because they don't know how low or how high is too high. Nobody is.
Real quick, I think do you mind if I speak for a moment? Okay, I find it interesting that we're saying that nature has nothing to do with it, but women love to call a man a dog for cheating. An animal.
Wait, but isn't that the point though? Is that when you do something,
I don't know what she's talking about, particularly.
It puts you in the position of an animal.
Point that she made was about lions and lioness.
She just straight disrespected her.
I'm sorry. Dope Daddy asked for her to support her point, and did she believe that this was nature, or did she believe it was supported by doctrine? She brought up lions and compared lions to human beings, and said that is the reason why we're able to be whores, but men being whores is okay, and women being whores is not. So my counterpoint was that was a poor analogy, because human beings are not animals. We don't have the same nature. So that was specific to that. Now, True, he actually brought up a comparable point comparing humans to humans. So I just don't even know where she is.
Well, I want to stay there.
Can I ask a question? All right, go ahead, True.
No, I want to stay there because what I find interesting, this is my perspective, when we argue nature and women try to align here in the equality where it comes to men express themselves sexually a certain way, so equally women should express themselves sexually the same way. That's the nature part. Right there is where it cancels out for me. If women were as open sexually as men were, any man could hit it. Any man could get it. And we know, if the women are being honest, that is not true. That you guys qualify men a certain way. And this is what makes us different. We do not qualify women the same way sexually. Our qualifier for a woman engagement relationally looks like y'all qualifications sexually.
Yes.
Typically. Most women, in my opinion, do not sleep with every man. They sleep with that man mostly from the qualification that he could transition past this interaction. He's good enough to probably be with. You'll sleep with him, but he's good enough to probably be with. That's not the same on our end.
Yeah, true.
Go ahead.
True, I want to push back.
That motherfucker, that's a mic drop moment right there, boy. That's a mic drop moment, because they keep constantly trying to argue this point. We don't qualify each other the same way. We just don't. There's the way that we qualify you for relation is the same way that you qualify men sexually, because you get petitioned for sex consistently. We do the petitioning. It's not like everybody's petitioning each other for sex and everything is just up in the air and we all do the same shit, and it doesn't work like that. These parameters operate in this fashion for a reason, because we are biologically different. We go together, but we are biologically impaired differently. It just is what it is. Why do women keep trying to operate and date like men? I already know why. Because the sexual liberation movement has taught them that it's empowering, when in fact it's not. Your power comes in your preservation. Why? Because your preservation requires discipline. Anything that requires a level of discipline, the same thing with a man. He got to be disciplined enough to be able to become the man that you are attracted to. That's the only way he's going to be able to do it. You're going to have a level of discipline in preserving yourself. Because there's going to be a lot of men that's going to be petitioning to try and get next to you, especially in your prime years.
On that, I want to push back on that point, right? So I agree with you. Women don't sleep with every man the way a man would sleep with almost every woman, right?
Right.
However, there are certain men, a smaller group of men that women want to sleep with. And it seems like a lot of these people try to make an argument that
a bunch of women should be with one man and no other men, not no bunch of baby daddies, and all of that is nonsense if we're using the nature, right? Because she will fuck another nigga, he just ain't gonna be anybody.
Yeah, and but to my point, so if numerically, that's still strong arms. Even my point makes it more consistent. It's still nature, regardless of it's a small group or not. In a woman's typical nature, she is going to only deal with a man a certain way, and she's going to qualify him a certain way. So for women to argue against the nature of men where they're more open sexually it's a false equivalent. You don't operate in the world that way. You don't carry yourself that way. Women don't do what men do, but in almost no metric, but they want to argue from the place of sexuality. And I asked this some months ago, when do we start to hear women want to be as generous, as forthcoming, as direct, as chivalrous as men? Because those are positive characteristics, but they never argue that. They want to say, well, if you can be a whore as a man, I should equally be able to be a whore and not be shamed for it. And that's my argument.
And you want to know another sad part about it is that most women are oblivious to the average man. They only see the men that they're attracted to. You know what I mean? So they think that because the man that they're attracted to got all the bitches, which is because they all are attracted to the same shit. The average guy who is getting no looks, which is the majority of men, you know what I mean? A large majority of men, they're being shamed or slapped with the label of being a whore. When most men don't even have the facilities to even be a whore because don't nobody want their ass.
Yeah, and I don't disagree with your points on male nature. I don't disagree with your points on male nature. I just disagree with how I think you guys are framing female nature. I'm trying to talk about what the reality is, and I think we're more idealistic when it comes to female nature, and we're more real when it comes to male nature, and I think that's the issue.
That's because we hold women to a higher standard because their virtue is of more value just in our society. But like the problem is y'all keep attacking examples and not the underlying points. Like it's getting so pedantic now that you guys are getting stuck in the semantics of words and making up words and shit. Like if you have an argument to push, attack the logic, not the person, not the example they give, to refute the point they're making, and nobody is doing that. Y'all just attacking the examples. To use lions, you could have said fucking dolphins. But the point that she's made, not one of y'all has refuted that point yet.
All right, check me out. If you want to keep breaking down these topics with the family, hit that Discord link below. But if you want to see what happens when the main camera cuts off, the behind the scenes and real lifestyle access, you need to be on Kick. If you want to get to know me a little tiny little sliver better, tap that Kick link. Let's get it.
Oh, excuse me. Hold on for a second. Stop the show. What's up, Bo? How are you? All right.
Yeah, I don't agree with that. If somebody brings up a weak point, if somebody brings up a point to strengthen their argument, I'm going to knock down that weak ass point, and now they don't have an argument.
You didn't knock down the point. You knocked down the example, which is what I said.
Well, if they bring up an example to strengthen their argument, I'm going to weaken their argument by knocking down the example. It's just logical.
That's not logical because the point of the conversation is to come to an understanding, not to defeat an argument. Even in relationships, the point of the conversation is so that we can be on one accord. We have to see things the same. So the only thing that should matter is whatever is the superior information in that moment. So if it comes by way of an analogy, knocking down the analogy because we know the analogy ain't literal, that's why it's an analogy, doesn't defeat the point. But
so that's concrete thinking and surface level reasoning, and that's why the conversation doesn't move.
Yes, exactly.
I had a question about that though, right?
It sounds good, but no, it's very logical.
All right, so I got a question about that because I mean, like what he said, we kind of get into the semantics of everything. But
can we agree that there is at least socially accepted double standard between men and women, or are we thinking that men and women are expected to do the same exact things?
That's
There's
a
a
great
double
question.
standard.
Socially
I don't
accepted.
think there's a double standard. I think it's a different standard.
Yeah.
I agree with Willie. It's a different
Yep.
standard.
Yep.
I can agree
Okay,
with
go
that
ahead.
as well.
Go
Yep.
ahead
That's a
and
good way to
expand on
put it.
that
Yeah.
between the
Same.
difference
It's a different
that you
standard.
mean with
It's, what do we?
no,
Not to be
just
funny.
expand on.
Women don't get mad when a dude has been with 20 women because they know that he's going to likely be able to please her if he's been pleasing that many other women. He's had that much access to women. He is a proven commodity that if women like men that other women desire.
Right.
So now if that doesn't go for men, a dude is not going to want a woman that's been with 20 niggas. 15 niggas. Like, that's a lot of dick for her to take. And what men value is chastity. We value inaccessibility in our women. So if 15 niggas have got with the same woman we've got, and we all know that when women age, they swear their value goes up as well. So what they require is going up too. So now that her value, when her requirements when she was 25 and she let 40 niggas fuck, are not going to be, it's going to be a lot higher when she's 40 because she thinks because she's 40, she's worth more. And men, we know that not to be the case. We don't want women that a lot of men have touched. We're not seeing women in mass avoiding men that have been with a lot of women. And the ones that claim they do wouldn't know anyway, because the men that they like, other women like too. It's something they accept silently because they have to. A man wouldn't even be attractive to most women unless he was attracted to other women as well, because these women do not differ so much what they look for in a man. They want niggas that's 6 foot, all of the 6s and the 9s and the 12s and the millions of dollars and all of that. So all of those niggas that have those things are going to be attracted to almost all of those women. Yeah. So to expect a man to sit here and have the same standards as what it would take to saying be successful with women and what they value, it's nonsensical. It's not. That's what's actually asinine. That was a great word used earlier, but here's a better case of it. It's asinine to think that's the case, because again, women don't want niggas who don't have experience. Everything women value about men is rooted in experience. Yeah. They want them to earn more. They want them to be emotional. They want them supportive. All of these things, right?
Come with experience.
And then what happens when people say that is, again, the naysayers, the contrary women, they try to make these pedantic points to say, well, no, that's not what all women want. It's not what we're saying all women, the majority of women. Right. And when I say the majority of women, I'm talking about the majority of women that these ideal men want for themselves, which unfortunately tends to not be the women that are arguing against it. They're hating from outside the club. They can't even get in.
Mm-hmm. Just to strengthen his point a little bit, when he say their value goes down, he's not talking about their value as a individual person that exists in this plane of existence. He's talking about the sexual market value when it comes to the exchange of goods between men and women. Women want certain things in men that they have to become and accomplish to be able to attract the woman that he wants, and likewise. And there is that exchange. So a lot of times what women would do is they get caught up on the semantics of things if you don't specifically express that when we speak on value, we're not speaking on your intrinsic value as a human being with life experiences and stories to tell. We're talking about the sexual marketplace value specifically when it comes to exchanging those goods.
Right. So T, did you have a disagreement with that? I mean, you shook your head a bit, and I know you had a different opinion as to what that was. So what's your thoughts on that?
The only thing, a lot of the stuff that he said was actually true. The only thing I will say is that he then switched experience. So he was talking about experience and was talking about women being whores, 60 dicks or whatever he said. And then when he started talking about men and experience, he switched men fucking 60 pussies to then saying, experience with emotions and experience with a lot of the characteristics that we value. So it wasn't an even comparison. That I believe that evenly that most people, male or woman, does not, wouldn't want their man or woman having a whole bunch of dicks and pussies. When you talk about experiences as it relates to being relatable, emotionally supportive, which shows the similar characteristics that he used, then sure, both genders would like for their partners to have some form of emotional support. I land there.
Trev, let me ask the question. if someone asks you what your body count is, are you ashamed to tell it?
No.
I would say that most women up here are, because they know something is wrong with have taken 60 dicks. I said 30, or I said 20, I think. Because the last time I said 60, I guess it was that girl's body count and she got mad. Like, I guess she thought I knew how many dicks she took. So I said 20, which is still a fucking lot. Like,
Willie,
again,
in fairness,
fuck all that. So now, if the reason that we know that women are upset, they know what I just said is true, is because none of y'all advertise your body counts to dudes you're talking to. When you, especially when they're high, because you know that nigga's gonna stop fucking with you. If that man finds out that you've sucked 20 dicks, but you've only made 4 niggas a sandwich, he's gonna look at you crazy. And you know that. That's why you keep that shit to yourself. Because let's not pretend like the majority of y'all haven't sucked more dicks than y'all have made sandwiches or cooked for niggas.
So causation doesn't equal correlation.
Wait,
You've
what?
just mixed two ideas. So one was, what does society deem this as? And the other was women. How do you feel, women? Would you also like for your man to have fucked 20, 30, 40, whatever amount of pussies? So those are two different topics. So correct. We are in a misogynistic society that already has it framed to what you said, which is that it supports men being able to screw how many women they want and they get supported by it. But it shuns women who do not. So those are two different topics. The question, the original point was, how do women feel about their man sleeping with several women? Because you made the point that men don't want women who slept with several men. Those are two different issues. I do totally agree that in this society, yes, women are shunned. You have done it, for displaying the same behaviors that men do. I land there.
Yeah, I don't have, there's no need for me to respond to any of that shit.
Let me try and respond to it, man. I know it gets so exhausting to have to respond to that. First of all, let's just start with the word misogyny. You know what I mean? To be a misogynist means that you fucking hate women. Like you just despise them. And so if men were misogynistic in society, women would be in chains. Because there's nothing that a woman can do about it if men unilaterally thought that they hated women, which is not true. So I hate when women use that terminology. Men are not misogynists. We love women, for sure. We suffer for you. We create for you. We build for you. We accept your bullshit. We love you. So I hate that. Secondly, what she's trying to equate is the value of a man, a small percentage of men who has control of the sexual dating market, as if it's all men. When most men, the reason why it's valued is because most men can't do it. That's why it's valued. Most women can do this specific thing, having sex. Most women can have sex with whoever they want to have sex with. Most men cannot have sex with whoever they want to have sex with. So if you look at it from that perspective, which is the whole picture, then you understand why it's more valuable and more accepted for women who has a man who has experienced more women than she has more men. And it's basic math, but they seem to just want to choose to ignore that so that they can stay in control and be able to sleep with who they want to sleep with, have their past totally ignored, and still have the outcome that they want to have, even though they made a whole bunch of mistakes.
But except for this one piece, again, women with high body counts, or women who were raised by women, or have friends that were hoes, or used to be a hoe, or complaining or not, or just typically think that men and women are equal, are the only ones that push back on that point.
That's a fact.
Like, we never see it come from like the happily married women that men respect in these spaces. We never even, or the single women. And then we also don't even see it coming from the women who actually understand what these words, like, again, misandry means. Like, this is what happens when we just we hold people and just let them say whatever they want to on the internet. Again, not one woman up here is willing to put their body count in the chats, even the ones, because they don't know how low or how high is too high. Right. Nobody is. And until women are willing to do that, I'm not trying to have that conversation. Because if this is the same thing, if what y'all are saying is true, that means y'all want women like y'all for your sons to date, and we know that's not the case. We've seen women say that, no, I wouldn't want my son marrying a girl that done sucked more dicks than she done made sandwiches for niggas. Like, we've seen y'all say that. But then, until we bring your sons into it, or bring into what your fathers wanted for you. Like your father didn't want you to have 20 dicks before you were 40, but somehow you collected them. Like when we start asking those conversations, that's the only time y'all get honest, and your honesty is in your silence.
Yeah,
Go ahead,
again,
bro.
it went over your head. Causation doesn't equal correlation. That the shit that you're talking about is the shit that you're talking. Clearly, it went over your head. There were two different points. The very first point was about men wanting women who slept with a lot of women. And my counterpoint was that equally, women don't want this from their men. You then went on to talk about how society sees women who displays these behaviors that men do. Two different points. I cannot help it if you are unable to comprehend that. So
It's
yes,
not that I can't comprehend it. It was stupid. It didn't go over my head. It fell at my feet.
Equally, it is what you're saying is equally stupid because you're not getting it. That you made a counterpoint on something that was never even argued in the beginning. Your counterpoint was how society sees women. So that's when you started talking about.
That was your counterpoint.
That's when you started talking about body count and saying, well, you know, if a woman has a body count, basically asking how society sees that. That still is not the feeling of women. If your man slept with a lot of women, do you appreciate that? Totally different points. But I'm not going to talk the shit to you anymore. Thanks.
Yeah, you can't. That's a wise decision. What'd you say, Trey?
And I don't want
trying to get Bo in there, but go ahead.
Oh shit! What up, Bo? I forgot you were here.
Yeah, go ahead, Bo. We're gonna.
Not you forgot I was here. How could you?
Oh shit. So there's a point I wanted to make. Something she said. She was saying something. Hold on. Because I was listening to her reasoning.
So that's when you started talking about.
That was your counterpoint.
That's when you started talking about body count and saying, well, you know, if a woman has a body count, basically asking how society sees that. That still is not the feeling of women. If your man slept with a lot of women, do you appreciate?
Oh yeah, I remember what I want to say. What they fail to realize and accept is that the same guy that the guy that they want comes with that. You know what I mean? And so they, in their mind, it's almost like they have this perfect guy that is competitive. All the women want him, but he only slept with you. You know what I mean? Like that exists, like that, you know, that type of man. And even still, they probably wouldn't even want that because this guy don't have, hold on. Let me talk about some inactivity. This guy doesn't have the experience, especially sexually, because I didn't see panels where they're disqualifying men because they don't please them sexually. So in order to be able to please you sexually, you're gonna have to go and have some experience, you know. But they want this magic guy that doesn't exist, that somehow is super competitive. All the women want him, but his body, he has the same body count as a woman who preserves herself, and that shit don't work like that. And the minute they stop trying to compete in that fashion where they're trying to make it equal and make it seem as though we want the same things in each other, the minute that they're gonna probably find and get what it is that they actually want. You know, arguing this point is just very telling that you probably have a high body count, so you're trying to defend women with high body counts to be able to have the same choices as women who did the discipline of preserving themselves. You know what I mean? If you made it this far, check out the video we just did from the This Might Be Risky panel. Crazy segment. Only ugly women use filters. If you ain't pleasing her, she ain't listening to you. So they had your boy on that, OG Moor. You know what I mean? OG Moor was spitting, he's dropping gems. You heard me telling them how it was. You know what I mean? And just really letting women know the game. Like the filter, you're going to hide behind that filter, but that's building a soft a foundation that's not substantial if you want to get a relationship out of a man. And he was letting the men know, like, look, if you ain't pleasing your woman, she gonna be looking for something outside. You heard me? You gotta stay competitive. You gotta keep her interested. That's how the game go, which I totally agree. It was a good conversation. You know what I mean? He was dropping gems and letting the women know what it was off the rip. They ain't like it at first, but they had to agree with it because they know the nigga was telling the truth. All right, let me check y'all out TikTok. Men just lie. He really calling someone else ugly is crazy word. Talk about fantastic. Nah, men just lie, LOL. When are where are these hunters? Oh, we did these ones already. I thought that. Hey, shout out to you, KK Kenny Condones. Appreciate you, dog, for the follow. If you don't work like that, there are double standards. It don't work like that. There are double standards in certain areas. That's a fact. Y'all don't live in my reality. That's just one reality. Her false equivalent holds no water. Now you know damn well men don't love women as a whole. Men definitely love women as a whole. 100%. Men definitely love women as a whole. That's our downfall, is how much we love women as a whole. You think about it like this. Like, you see a dude who's single, that nigga is on some bare minimum shit. That nigga got one mattress, one bowl, one cup. You know what I mean? He don't need too much. Men have built an entire society for women. That's how much we love y'all. The Bible says men can sleep with several women. They do. Okay. All right. I birth both men and women, but a man will tell me what I can and can't do. Were you ever in a man's ball sack? Did he birth you? Were you a seed of a man once a time? Yes. I'm sure he should be able to tell you what you can do because he probably had your best interest. The women who say men don't do it have extremely high body counts. Yeah. Do men have to preserve themselves? Men have to compete. They have to compete. They have to go out and earn. They have to make themselves what it is that you want them to be. The preservation is on your account because you're gonna get petitioned far more than a man would. The only man that gets petitioned is a man of some type of value, and it takes time and effort and discipline for a man to create value for himself. So, you know, the average man, he ain't got no choice but to preserve himself because don't nobody want his ass. The average woman, she gets petitioned, so she's gonna have to, she's gonna have to preserve herself. She's gonna have to say no. That's where the discipline comes in at. Hold on. Not the case, just telling you the consequence of your actions. Okay. No wonder there's less than 20 people. Oh, the misogyny. It's not misogyny. And my channel is very new. I'm not misogynistic. I don't hate women. I love them. The baddie, as is they used to word them, the term misogyny. Brandy. The baddie, as is they use. I don't know what he's trying to say. Anyway, that's TikTok. TikTok, I know is wild and crazy, but I love it. Shout out Lola, you heard me. Where's the DM on YouTube? I don't know, man. I've been getting some DMs, like, and I've been sending some. I think it's at the top right. Lola said true. Shout out to Lola. You heard me. All right, we got one more for real this time. I did this one because Dr. Orion, man, he give me like a Mark Zuckerberg type of vibe, but on some player shit. You heard me? Like, he understand women and understand women logic and their nature, and so he keep it a thou wow, but it's on like it's like a android. You know, he got that stare. You know that Zuckerberg stare where he just like real deep and intellectual. But I thought it'd be interesting to hear what his perspective on saving women. And you know what it makes me think about? It makes me think about that other video we did with when a woman left her marriage after she cheated on her man. Because once she cheat on you, it's over. She's not you've lost her. You know what I mean? When a woman cheats, they don't cheat like a man cheat. They cheat emotionally. They have checked out of the relationship completely. Like they have fallen in love or given themselves to someone else. You know what I mean? So it's way deeper. You know what I mean? They mean that shit. All right, let's get to it. Let's see something right quick. They gonna say the misogyny. Man, ain't no misogyny. If you tell a woman exactly what she want to hear, it's misogyny. Get the fuck out of here. You gotta make me feel exactly how I want to feel, else you hate me. Man, no one hates you. Calm down and take a seat. All right, wait a minute. You sat around waiting by the phone, praying for the day your ex-girlfriend would finally text you back after she walked away to see if the grass was greener, until the clinical psychology drops and exposes that if you take her back and restore her straight to her previous level of commitment, you're walking face first into a massive trap. You're walking face first into a massive trap? That's how they said it. She didn't come back because she realized your worth. She came back because her backup plan with the other guy completely collapsed, and now she's supplicant. She's a supplicant looking for a landing pad. You crazy for that one? All right, let's see what Dr. Orion got to say.
I'm Dr. Orion Taraban, and this is Psych-Hacks, Better Living Through Psychology. And the topic of today's short talk is never restore a woman. Look, guys, your ex is an ex for a reason. With very few exceptions, I don't recommend getting back together with someone you've broken up with, especially if that someone is the one who ended the relationship. There are always reasons why a relationship ends, and this is true irrespective of whether you know what those reasons are, and it's typically unlikely that those reasons have thoroughly resolved themselves in the interim, especially if they're due to personality differences. Like, people don't change that deeply that quickly. So if you get back together, it's generally only a matter of time before the same issues start to rear their ugly heads. That said, some people are really, really, really invested in getting their exes back. And just to be clear, I'm not suggesting that people should refrain from entertaining further relations with their exes under any and all circumstances. What I am suggesting is that those relations should be restricted, and in some cases, which I will explain later, avoided altogether. Basically, if a woman ended...
Let me tell you what I think he's trying to say. And I don't totally disagree. I'm gonna put it in more hood terms, okay? He's saying that if your girl break up with you and she wanna, see what's out there, see if the grass is green on the other side, you let her go and do it. But if she double back, you keep her at host status. And you got to make her earn her spot back. But in reality, you should never let her get a spot back. And you should just keep her on the team until until the end. That's what I think he's saying. Don't shoot the messenger. But I would do that. You know what I mean? If that was the case, that's how I would approach it. I'm not going to lie.
Your relationship, and she comes back into your life after a certain amount of time, typically after whatever she hoped to achieve with someone else didn't work out. And if you decide to re-engage with her, you must never, ever, 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 ever,
ever
restore her to her previous level of commitment.
He means the main bitch. She can never get the main bitch spot ever again. She's demeaned to whole status for life. I agree. I fucking agree. You main bitch status is only for the most loyal, the rider. You know what I'm saying? After that, it's over. That's what he's saying. I'm just translating.
If she was a wife, if she was a girlfriend when she left, she can't be a wife or a girlfriend when she comes back. Period. End of story. This person, of her free and spontaneous will, broke the relationship agreement. This demonstrated a lack of loyalty to both you and the relationship, and as a result, will now significantly compromise the trust that can reasonably exist between the two of you moving forward.
AKA, she shall forever perpetually be one of your side bitches for life. You cannot do anything outside of that. That's what he's trying to say.
This should come as no surprise, but I need to say it out loud. You cannot have a stable, committed relationship with someone you don't trust because of her track record of behavior in the relationship.
And it's never going to change.
This means that if she ever does come back, because you're not chasing her down, right, guys? Right? You're not chasing her down.
Right.
If she ever does come back, the only relationship structure you can possibly consider at this point is that of casual sexual partner. Like a
side bitch. Yeah. Like I said, that's what he's saying. I'm just translating this shit for you. Side bitch.
A friends with benefits kind of situation.
Yep.
This is because different relationship structures require different levels of trust to function. Yes. The more intimate and important the relationship, the more trust is essential to its operation. This means that you actually don't need to have a lot of trust to have a casual relationship. And that's good, because you shouldn't have a lot of trust in someone who ended your relationship.
Right.
At this point, the woman is not an applicant. She's a supplicant. And people can come back into your life through correction, but they cannot come back into the position they previously occupied. And they can't come back because that position literally doesn't exist anymore.
I wouldn't say that. It don't exist for that bitch. But that doesn't mean that you can't find another one that could potentially, if she fits the mold, take that spot. Y'all got to understand what we mean by that. This is the woman that is going to get the house. She's going to get the insurance policies. Whenever she get a flat tire somewhere and you know, she need me to come get her, she knows she could call me. If a motherfucker is looking at her crazy in the store, she could call me. I will be on my way. You have invested interest in this woman. This ain't no side chick casual thing. She gets the creme de la creme. That's what we're talking about. I don't think that spot should totally vanquish, but I do think that as a man, you should learn from your mistakes and figure out how you had a side bitch make it to the main bitch position without you knowing. That's all I'm saying. I wouldn't close it off, because everybody, you need a main chick. You need one. You know what I'm saying?
It doesn't exist. And why doesn't exist? Because you've since changed, both as a consequence of the passage of time and the relationship ending.
The outcome.
And because you've changed, the relationship dynamic that would best suit you and your needs will have changed as well. It's like Heraclitus said, you can't step into the same river twice.
All right, check me out. If you want to keep breaking down these topics with the family, hit that Discord link below. But if you want to see what happens when the main camera's cut out, the behind the scenes, real lifestyle stuff, access, you need to be on Kick. You want to get to know me just a tiny little bit better, tap that Kick link. Let's get it. Oh shit, hold on.
By the same token, you can't have the same relationship twice, even with the same person.
Right.
The old relationship will not fit into the new present moment. And in general, the more time has elapsed since the breakup, the greater the mismatch between the old structure and the new moment. Trying to force it anyway will not accomplish your goals, even if you succeed.
The best thing for you to do after that situation is to fucking level up. As a man, you got to look at it and say that there's something about me that was lacking that got my bitch took. You know what I mean? And you got to take it as a lesson. Maybe she was dumb. Maybe, but maybe not. You know what I'm saying? Maybe not. So you got to take that for what it is and find the control where you have it at and level up. And the best outcome of you leveling up, the best response, the one thing that you would know that you are definitely leveling up, and you know you leveling up, and this is usually only reserved for like relationships that have been like long, 2, 3, 4 year relationships. Y'all been together for a while, not just some like random shit. It's her trying to double back because all women want the same thing. You got to use it as jet fuel to get to the next level. That's what it is. Heartbreak is a gift. I'm telling you, it's a damn gift for men, not for women. Women are fragile. They're supposed to be protected and guarded and, you know, not traumatized. That's what I believe. But I think that men are built through like steel and fire and burden and pressure.
Why? Because whether you're aware of it or not, you're probably trying to recapture a feeling that you had at some point in this previous relationship. And that's not how feelings work, my dudes. Have you ever gone back to one of your favorite hangouts after some time has passed? Doesn't feel the same, does it? At best, you're going to feel a kind of satisfying nostalgia for a time that no longer exists.
Yeah.
And at worst, the new experience will be so discordant with your emotional memory that you'll leave wishing that you had never come back. I know this might be difficult to hear, but you won't be able to get that feeling back.
That's a fact.
Even if you were to get back together with your ex.
It's dead and gone.
Want my advice whenever you need it? Introducing Orion AI, a speech-enabled agent trained on my entire body of work, now at your fingertips. Orion, you wouldn't just tell me what you think I want to hear, would you?
No. That's actually the one thing I'm designed not to do. Validation is cheap. You can get that anywhere. What I offer is a read on your situation that's accurate, even when it's uncomfortable. Especially then.
Couldn't have said it better myself. Orion AI, now available on iMessage and Telegram. Go to orion.ai for more info. The link is in the description. Again, I don't recommend getting back with an ex, especially if she was the one who ended the relationship. And if you do get back together with one, you should only ever entertain the possibility of a casual relationship. However, even this caveat has a caveat. That is, there are certain exes with whom you can't even have a casual relationship.
You got to stay
clear. And trying to have even this type of relationship is likely to end in suffering. So there are two kinds of exes with whom you can't even have a casual relationship if they end up coming back into your life. Let's talk about each one in turn. The first is the aggressive or unhinged ex.
The crazy bitch. You deal with crazy bitch, most dudes know they only deal with that one time. You know what I'm saying? You don't want to deal with it because after you've freed yourself from that crazy ass shit, you got to be out of your goddamn mind to want to go back into that. If you decide to go back into that, you deserve the pain that's going to come along with that. For sure. And you're going to have to keep learning that damn lesson until it sticks inside of your mind.
Previously, you don't need a good deal of trust to have a casual relationship with a woman. just enough trust that she's, say, not going to slip a knife between your ribs or burn your house down while you're sleeping.
The crazy bitch.
And if your ex is sufficiently aggressive or unhinged, you actually can't trust that she won't do those things. Like this,
Right.
This happens every day, guys.
Yeah. If you want to know why though, because that punani be fire. That's what they say. It be fire, and the chaos of it all makes it intensified. Like, you know, it's wild, you know. But yeah, most guys, you should only want to learn that lesson one time because she will kill your ass. That's the fact.
She has a track record of being aggressive or unhinged. You cannot have any further dealings with her. Period.
That's
Stop. This includes being physically violent, of course, but also forms of relational aggression like stalking or spreading rumors. These women are walking red flags. They are in the no-go zone, guys. I don't care how hot she is. You cannot allow her to come back into your life. It's just not worth it. So if you can't have some self-respect, at least try to have some self-preservation.
Yeah.
These women are dangerous.
That's what it is.
Even
She
if
will
they
kill
don't
your ass.
actually manage to hurt you, it doesn't matter. They tried. They tried to hurt you.
She will kill
You don't
your
give
ass.
someone another chance to shoot you just because they missed the first time. And that brings us to the second type of ex with whom you can't have a casual relationship.
Which one?
The ex you're still in love with. This one's going to hurt, but it's true. You can't have a casual relationship with someone you're in love with. And that's because you won't be able to maintain the casual framework after.
I don't know, man. I don't know. Because to me, the opposite of love is indifference. I know a lot of people say hate, but if you hate a motherfucker, that means you love that motherfucker. And so, I don't know, man. I don't know. I think that if I wanted some get back, which I probably would, I ain't gonna lie. If I wanted some get back, I would keep her in that zone and probably let her see another bitch in her spot. I don't know. That's probably what I would do. I don't know. I don't. But I know what he's saying. The emotionally untrained motherfucker who's gonna be like, all right, I'm gonna keep relaxing my boundaries, and she works her way back in. So I guess I could give him that one.
Few weeks or a few months, you will almost certainly end up restoring that woman to her previous level of commitment.
Yeah, because of the nostalgia.
As
The nostalgia will
discussed,
do it
is
to you.
what you must never, ever do.
Yeah, the nostalgia.
Of course,
will do it.
these are the exes that men most want to get back involved with.
Yeah.
But doing so just reinforces a pattern of instability and mistrust.
Yeah.
So you got to be real honest with yourself.
Yeah.
If you're still in love with a woman, it's probably not a good idea to try to have a casual relationship with her.
He right.
Sorry to be a downer, but I got to keep it
He's
real
right.
with you.
Yeah, he's right.
Remember, guys, if she comes back, it's probably because it didn't work out with the other guy or she couldn't find someone better. And a woman who behaves like that ain't wifey. So there is no need to put her on a relationship track that is even remotely oriented in that direction.
Facts.
In general, it's better to just let bygones be bygones and move on with your life. Learn your lessons, surrender any resentment in time, and keep moving forward. It's only a matter of time before you find someone who's a better fit for what you're trying to build.
Another main bitch.
What do you think? Does this fit with your own experience? Let me know in the comments below. And please send this episode to someone who you think might benefit from its message. I know you know somebody who's hung up on their ex and is doing some boneheaded things like be a good friend and pass along this message. This is how the channel grows, these kinds of word of mouth referrals. Also,
it was something he said. Hold on. Oh, I know what I was gonna say. I ain't gonna lie, man, and I speak for most men when I say this. Outside of the crazy chick, that one is self-preservation. So you gotta think about living, my nigga. Like, you can't be just out here, giving your life for that punani. That just don't make no sense. But what I will say is, I don't think I'm gonna give up no punani. Just, you know, especially if I'm still in love. I'm just not doing it, man. I'm being honest with myself, because I, as a man, if you know, I'm just not giving it up. That's a tough sell for me and most guys. But I do agree with his message. Yeah, man. I thought I'd just do a good job of trying to translate it for y'all, so y'all understand what he trying to say, you know, instead of using that college language and shit like that, you know, them flowery words and shit. But yeah, man, that was the last one. Shout out to Dr. Orion. I appreciate his take on things. He's very direct, you know, in a scholarly sort of way, you know what I mean? All right. If you made it this far, check out the one we just did from the Lapeef Network. We hold women to a higher standard. Men get brutally honest with women, and she claps back. Yeah, it was this whole argument about the, you know, body count and we should be able to do what men do, whole scenario shit. And it's like, come on, we vet for different things. I think that reason prevailed in that conversation. So I think you'll go back and watch that one and be satisfied. You know what I mean? Appreciate your TikTok. You heard me? Appreciate your YouTube, Rumble, Odyssey, Kick. We out this thing. I'm going to see y'all next time. Look for the long form videos. I'm going to be putting them out probably starting either tonight or tomorrow. We'll be back in this thing in about 4 more days. Y'all be easy.